I meet striking workers almost on a weekly basis at the moment, and I know that so often working people in dispute are targeted by employers. And what this bill does is hand the right to the employer to decide which worker goes to work and which worker can go on strike. Does my honourable friend share my concerns at how this can allow the victimisation and the targeting of workers by bad bosses?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend on that point. And this legislation is not a solution to dealing with the industrial action we see at the moment. Not my words, but those of the Transport Secretary in December. This bill could increase the frequency of strikes, numbers of staff taking action short of striking, and lead to employers finding they are low on staff. Again, not my words, but those of the Department of Transport's own impact assessment. Minimum service levels aren't a game changer and could promote more industrial action than they mitigate. Not me speaking, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the senior Conservative advisor who developed the policy. The jury is in. These measures won't work, can't work, and will only make things worse. I'll give way.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I please remind the House that we do have a number of sectors in the UK where employees are not allowed to strike, namely the armed forces and the police. These people, they always turn up, often at times of crisis. They work without complaint to provide minimum service levels, and they do it under pay and conditions that are often inferior to what the unions are currently demanding. So could I please ask the Honourable Lady perhaps to present an argument as to why this provision should not be extended elsewhere?
Well, I'm glad the honourable member got the crib sheet from the whips, but let's come on to the measures and the 6 sectors that this will apply to. But there's a complete and utter lack of clarity about what they would actually mean for those 6 sectors. Let's look at nuclear decommissioning, for example, where staff already have voluntary arrangements. How would ministers define minimum service in this sector? Will the minister require just a little teeny bit of decommissioning? And let's look at health. Is the minister seriously going to sack doctors, nurses and paramedics, as well as vital support staff, at a time of critical NHS staff shortages? Apparently not, if the government sources reported this week can be believed. And does the minister here deny that the Health Secretary has told others to lobby the Prime Minister for improved pay offers? And can he really say that the Health Secretary believes this bill will help the NHS? And let's look at transport. The bill states that all transport services will be covered, an industry that is largely in the private sector. Does he expect, for example, self-employed cabbies to serve work notices to themselves? And there seems to be a split here too, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hear that the Transport Secretary has given rail companies permission for new pay offers. Do we already know that, we already know that the member for the Forest of Dean's views on minimum service levels? Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's move on to education. Will our overstretched head teachers be forced to write and serve work notices in their own staff rooms? And does the Secretary of State agree with the Education Secretary that imposing these regulations on schools will be a hostile act? And let's turn to fire and rescue services. Hasn't austerity already made it impossible for some services to meet existing contingency regulations as it is? And will the Secretary of State leave it there, or will he just go for broke and ban all key workers from joining a union at all, something we know his desperate Prime Minister has been considering? I'll give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and she mentions the issue of pay and speaking with unions to resolve this dispute. Would the Honourable Lady be able to tell us what level of pay she thinks and the Labour front bench believe is appropriate? Would this be in line with inflation? Would this be more than inflation? And how exactly would Labour solve this dispute?
Well, I'll just educate the honourable member that whilst I used to be a trade union official and I'm a member of a trade union, I don't actually negotiate on behalf of the trade union. But what I would do is I would sit round the table and resolve this dispute with the trade unions, and that would be better than what the Conservatives have done. Now, on the liability of this bill that it places upon the trade unions, it says that trade unions must take reasonable steps to ensure workers comply with work notices. But what would that be? Will the trade unions be liable for non-union staff? As for the burden put on employers, have they welcomed the bureaucratic nightmare that they'll face? How will our already overstretched public services spare the resources to work out how many workers are needed to meet minimum service levels he arbitrarily imposes on them, to identify which workers should come in and into work and which shouldn't? And then what will they have to do it? Will they have to do it before each and every strike day?
Right Honourable Lady for giving way. I think I'd like to try again, because she does aspire to be Deputy Prime Minister and want to actually negotiate with the unions in future. Can she outline for the House, because the Labour Party have been very quiet on this, does she back, for example, a 19% pay increase for nurses? And what costing has her party put forward for how much she would award in pay rises to those public sectors?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, what I can say is the Labour Party wouldn't have crashed the economy like the Conservatives did. We wouldn't have inflation at record levels that we have at the moment, and we wouldn't have the disputes we have at the moment, because we would negotiate with the trade unions and find a settlement. And what protections are in place to stop unscrupulous employers from targeting trade union members with work notices, Madam Deputy Speaker? Or is this legislation a licence for blacklisting? Absolutely. He's hiding behind warped misunderstandings of the International Labour Organisation statute book and misleading comparisons with Europe. The ILO says minimum service levels can only happen when the safety of individuals or their health is at stake. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, can the Secretary of State explain how this relates to the list of the sectors in the bill? This bill also makes no provision for the compensatory measures that ILO requires alongside such regulations. And countries like France and Spain, Madam Deputy Speaker, may have minimum service levels, but they haven't averted strikes there. Exactly. Both lose far more days to strike action than the UK does. Exactly. This bill is a mess, Madam Deputy Speaker. It makes no sense. It's got more holes in it than the last Chancellor's budget. And yet we're being given next to no time to scrutinise it, Madam Deputy Speaker. This legislation hands far-reaching powers to the Secretary of State to not just impose minimum service levels, but also to decide what those levels would be. The legal commentator, Joshua Rosenberg, has called Clause 3 a supercharged Henry VIII clause. And where is the consultation the Secretary of State promised? Where is the impact assessment? The Regulatory Policy Committee says that they haven't even received it yet in a scornful statement today. So why has the government only given 5 hours debate on the floor of the House? Madam Deputy Speaker, let's look at what this bill is all about. A government that is out of ideas, out of time and fast running out of sticking plasters. A government that is playing politics with nurses' lives because they can't stomach negotiation. A government desperately doing all it can to distract from the economic emergency it has caused. We've had 13 years of failure, and working people of this country can't take any more. What this whole sorry episode makes clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that this country needs a Labour government. The party opposite have proven themselves incapable of cleaning up their own mess, and the disruption of the past few months simply wouldn't be happening under Labour. I'll happily give way.
Thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. It's quite difficult to listen to the Secretary of State say that workers who have devoted their lives to life-saving, whether they're fire workers, doctors and nurses, accuse them of putting others at risk. It's a very difficult listen. Does she agree with me that the arguments that it's too expensive, that it's too difficult? And today, Oxfam announced that £21 trillion, or dollars rather, went into the pockets of the 1% internationally during the global pandemic. Does she agree with me that there is enough money, it's just in the wrong pockets?
Well, the honourable member makes some very, very important valid points. And also we've seen over the last 12, 18 months, 2.5 years, the unravelling of the VIP fast-track lane for the people linked to the Conservative Party in a waste of billions of pounds of money that could have gone into investment in our public services. And the public have seen 13 years of Conservative failure. Most of the public who are watching this debate today can ask themselves one question. Do they feel better off after 13 years of the Conservatives? And the answer to that question is no, unless, of course, you may be in that 1% with a WhatsApp number of a government minister. But Madam Deputy Speaker, in regards to these disputes, Labour would have resolved these disputes a long time ago by getting back around the negotiating table in good faith and doing a deal.
On the Labour government, is she aware that in Wales the Labour government was given over £1 billion for PPE and test, track and trace, and only spent £500 million? And if we'd had that level of savings instead of Tory crony donors putting their hand in the till, that would aggregate up to a saving of £11 billion against a total pay cost of the NHS of £56 billion. In other words, 20% of the annual pay for all nurses and all health workers. So doesn't she agree with me that if we had a Labour government, we'd have more money to provide decent wages for a health service?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. Not only would we have grown the economy, and we've got a plan to grow the economy unlike the Conservatives, but we wouldn't have wasted billions of pounds and we wouldn't have crashed the economy like the Conservatives did. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government isn't working and this bill is unworkable. The Sacking Nurses Bill is one of the most indefensible and foolish pieces of legislation to come before this House in modern times. It threatens teachers and nurses with a sack during a recruitment and retention crisis. It mounts an outright assault on the fundamental freedom of working people while doing nothing, absolutely nothing, to actually resolve the crisis at hand. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, we on these benches will vote against this shoddy, unworkable bill. And I urge every member across this House who cares for fundamental British freedoms, who knows that the only way to resolve disputes is by negotiating in good faith, to join us in standing against it this evening.
Priti Patel. To follow the Right Honourable Lady, because I think it was somewhat inevitable that this debate was going to become partisan as quickly as it had, and she has reinforced that. But I want to start by paying tribute to our hard-working, frontline, public sector workers. And on Friday, Madam Deputy Speaker, I visited the East of England Ambulance Trust, who have not been on strike, and all credit to them, the operational control centres, the people that have been working hard, diligently, day in, day out, to manage, quite frankly, some many challenging cases. Now, this House and members will understand the particular interest that I have when it comes to operational frontline workers, particularly when it comes to the police, who cannot strike, but also fire and rescue, and also border force officers. It was just last year that I was able to use existing Home Office budgets to provide the police with a pay increase. And by the way, that was a 5% pay increase overall across the board, one of the largest settlements in the public sector, because I accepted the recommendations from the Police Remuneration pay body, and in fact the right honourable member for North West Hampshire is in the chamber right now as well, who oversaw that. That funding was vital because we do believe on this side of the House in our frontline public sector workers and giving them the resources and the working conditions where they can do their jobs, but also within the affordability of the government's financial envelope, and that is incredibly important. But I will give way, yes.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for giving way. Is she aware that Secretary of State's own colleagues, the Transport and Education Secretaries, believe that this bill will not solve the strikes?
I think importantly what I'd say to the Honourable Lady and to all members in this House, we have challenges right now. They're fundamental economic challenges and they have to be met within the financial envelope of this government, and that is a statement of the obvious. But at the end of the day, the government does have a responsibility to ensure that certain levels of service, rightly so, are provided in key sectors and in our public services. The public expect that, and the government has a responsibility, I would argue, to oversee that and ensure that these levels of services help to protect and safeguard lives, keep our country safe, support the economy, ensure that the British public, the silent, hard-working majority, can go about living their lives in the way in which we all want to see. And I'm afraid the current wave of strikes and industrial action obviously is concerning the public, but is counterproductive, quite frankly, when it comes to delivering public services. We've seen the level of disruption that has taken place, and it cannot be right, Mr Deputy Speaker, that in the 21st century, our great country and our economy is put at risk by strike action in the way in which we are seeing that. We've seen it on borders. Border control is being weakened by strikes. Patients and those in need of essential medical care are facing disruption, and that is not right. All of us have constituents, and it's not about, one constituency against another or one part of the country against the other. We've seen commuters that can't get to work, and that is wrong. We've seen businesses, and in Essex, SMEs, not glitzy corporations, but SMEs now suffering because of these strikes. And these are businesses that operate on tight margins, and Mr Deputy Speaker, that is not right. Now, I know that many workers, I think we all know this, find the decisions to go out on strike very difficult. They struggle when it comes to the voting in the ballots and the options that are sometimes presented in front of them. But we also know that some in the trade union movement, and I think we have to recognise this, I think we've heard some of this already on the benches opposite, disruption for them, they're happy to go along with that disruption. And that is not acceptable. Some get satisfaction out of this, and I'm afraid we've seen this historically in the past. We've seen members opposite go on picket lines and cheer and make political points. That is not right, because at the end of the day, it is the public that suffer. Indeed, since 2010, we've seen the hard left, we've seen militants take action, coordinate strikes, and the public suffer, and that is not right. And let's not forget, it was this side of the House that in the 1980s stood up to militant unions, but importantly brought reforms forward. I haven't got time, I'm afraid. And it is reform that we should be speaking about that can actually lead to better public service delivery, changes to our laws. I can't give way because I don't have time. But importantly, I want to press the government, and this is important, to look at widening the list of sectors where minimum service standards are needed. I want to basically ask the government as well to ensure that they always look to keep legislation and measures open and under review so that we can continue to uphold standards to protect the public when it comes to them going about their daily lives.
SNP spokesman Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've said to the honourable member for Whittam that she spoke about this being a partisan debate. Of course it's a partisan debate, because you either believe in the right of workers to strike or you don't, so it's clearly a partisan debate. And she spoke about SMEs struggling because of strikes. Well, I can tell her SMEs in my constituency are more worried about their energy bills going through the roof and the lack of government support that's coming down the line from April onwards. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, we know this is anti-strike legislation. And how do we know this? This is not my words. That's what the Under-Secretary for Scotland said at the dispatch box last week at Scottish Questions. He boasted that his government's bringing in anti-strike legislation, and a rare bout of honesty at the dispatch box. Now, the base Secretary keeps going on about the minimum ambulance cover, but the reality is this is an attack on millions of public sector workers. Yep. Now, the explanatory notes for the bill tell us that this is a manifesto commitment from the Tories about tackling transport strikes. So while they might hide behind that manifesto commitment, that commitment was nothing to do about clamping down the NHSs, about clamping down on teachers. So the claim it's about safety, as I said earlier on, the word safety isn't used once in the bill or explanatory notes. The reality is this is an ideological war in unions that the Tories somehow think will curry them favour with the public. It's a misty eye looking back at Margaret Thatcher taking on the NUM, a battle she won, but a battle that resulted in the closures of mines, communities devastated and thousands of workers put in the dole. If we really want to get back to sacking workers and putting them in the dole, because that's what this is all about. And we know it's an ideological war because in this period of Tory governments, they've already given us the Trade Union Act in 2016, introducing voting thresholds, and then last year with the legislation that allows employers to hire agency staff to break strikes. So there's no doubt this government wants to end strikes, which effectively removes the ultimate backstop in collective bargaining. Now, this bill facilitates an attack on workers, but also for employers to potentially sue unions for damages. So no wonder it's opposed by the TUC, the STUC, Unison, BMA, RCM, RCN, amongst others, and I certainly support them in opposing this. Now, this legislation is nothing more than attacking democracy, an attack on the rights of workers to withdraw their labour, and a further attack in devolution. Neither the Scottish or the Welsh governments want this legislation, but yet again it's going to be imposed on the devolved nations. In Scotland, this is further proof that the Westminster straitjacket does us no good at all. We could have had employment and workers' rights devolved, but unfortunately Labour resisted these powers coming to Scotland. But now, even the STUC's called for devolution of employment rights to Scotland, so maybe Labour should consider that instead of listening to Gordon Brown's rehash of broken promises. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's worth noting that this bill does not impact Northern Ireland because employment law is already devolved to the Northern Ireland Assembly. So yet again, the so-called most powerful devolved parliament in the world, the Scottish Parliament, has got less powers than the Northern Ireland Assembly, and this proves it. Now, this ideological attack comes from someone who, as Transport Secretary, the unions confirmed was absolutely non-existent in terms of dialogue and communications. Somebody who was blocking the DfT from agreeing deals, and now with that same person in post, leading the charge for anti-strike and anti-worker legislation. Now, given the Secretary's form, we know he's up for a fight. And it's a fight, though, that even if he wins this, he's destroying worker relationships for good. Hard-pressed workers struggling at times with the pressures they're under, particularly within the NHS. So who seriously thinks not negotiating and threatening workers with a sack for striking is going to help matters going forward? It's utterly insane. And as the rail unions have pointed out at the Transport Select Committee last week, deals have been agreed where DfT and the UK ministers are not involved. So clearly the union ask cannot be too unreasonable. When RMT and ASLEF have agreed deals with ScotRail and the Scottish Government, they've agreed deals in Wales and Merseyrail, for example, deals with governments and authorities who are hamstrung by Tory austerity imposed on them and still manage to agree deals. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Tories tell us they're the party of workers. Now, that phrase fools no one, but they also tell us they're all about a high-wage, skilled economy. And yet, as we've heard, when workers ask for a wage rise, they're told no. They're told it's unaffordable. And worse, in the case of the rail unions, the Secretary of State quotes figures he thinks shows how well paid all rail staff are. Now, as actually it's really telling, the Secretary is effectively saying that train drivers are overpaid and how dare they ask for a wage rise. It's insulting beyond belief. So the Tories can forget saying they want a high-wage economy, but meanwhile they're quite happy for the rail companies to make dividends and pay dividends during the pandemic. They're quite happy for VTech to walk away from the LNR franchise owning billions of pounds, but yet they always go for attacking the workers. Now, in terms of rhetoric, it's the same that rhetoric around this legislation that the Secretary says mirrors what happens elsewhere in Europe. Soundbites for the Secretary of State are actually easily proven to be false.
Hear, hear.
And indeed, the European Public Sector Union General Secretary Jan Willem Gudrian argued that the comparisons by the UK government of this bill with existing laws in other EU countries was misrepresenting the situation. Yep. And this is because all minimum service levels are agreed through negotiation in Europe, but also the European Trade Union Council General Secretary Esther Lynch said, "The UK already has the most draconian restrictions on the right to strike in Europe, and the UK government's plans would push it even further away from normal democratic practice across Europe." Now, Pablo Sanchez can tell us, a spokesperson for the European Federation of Public Service Unions, he was much more succinct. He said it's bollocks. So the Secretary of State should reflect on what the true position is of this proposed legislation against what's happening in Europe. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, it would also seem that this legislation is in breach of Article 11 of the ECHR, especially with regard to proportionate action. Richard Arthur, Head of Trade Union Law at Thomson Solicitors, said that the bill raised very serious legal question marks and anticipates legal challenges under Article 11 of the European Convention of Human Rights and Convention 87 of the International Labour Organization. And he has also rightly pointed out that the Human Rights Memorandum that accompanied the Transport Strikes Bill set out reasons why minimum service levels were not justified in fire services, health settings and education, and yet this is now what the government proposed. So by default, this government is now going against their own previous human rights opinion. Yep. So what kind of madness is this going forward? And when it comes to the international labour organisations, which the Secretary keeps liking to reference, then their idea of minimum service requirements are clearly intended to be based on endangerment of life, personal safety or health. But this wide-ranging legislation coming forward goes way beyond these parameters. And the ILO makes it clear there should be an independent arbitration body, but yes, this bill is completely silent on an arbitration body, so why is that? It's clear that any minimum service is supposed to be just that, a bare minimum. We've got no idea what this government is going to raid through when it comes to statutory instruments. Yep. Statutory instruments that cannot be amended, and the last time there was a government defeat in a statutory instrument was in 1979. So we know all power rests with the government on this, and as Liberty observe, this bill itself does not create any form of minimum service. Yep. And Liberty also confirm that MPs debating this legislation at second reading will not know exactly what they're voting for. Yep. So all the Tory MPs in here that are going to take part in today's debate and then trot through the lobby are doing so blind to what the future legislation and regulations will look like in terms of minimum service. It's an affront to democracy. And Mr Deputy Speaker, any Tory MP that says they care about parliamentary sovereignty cannot possibly vote for this bill. Now, the bill is actually made worse by the Henry VIII power, which allows amendment and revocation even of future legislation not yet passed. And we can see how they're ramming this through Parliament with minimum security and a proposed programme motion of just 5 hours for committee stage. So it really is assault on democracy. Yep. And the fact that this bill comes into effect immediately once it's passed, and so work notices and action can be taken by employers for strikes that have already actually been voted through, then that shows just how ridiculous it is, and it's an assault on these workers. Now, the impact assessment for the Transport Strikes Bill observes that on a strike day in July 2022, 20% of rail services were still in operation. So right away that would suggest to me there was a minimum level of service operating. So what do the Tories really think is a minimum service, given that they seem to be saying 20% running is not a bare minimum? And there's actually huge ramifications here for rail workers overall in particular. Because if this government forces through a high threshold of minimum service, then strikes by signalmen and track operatives will effectively be banned, because a high minimum service is going to force all these guys to work to keep the tracks in operation and the trains running. So they're effectively blocking strike the back door there anyway. And what will minimum service look like for teachers? Where does this come in, this whole talk about safety? And what happens to train companies that can't provide a minimum service at the moment, especially if union members decide not to work on the rest days and work to rule Where's that going to leave this government in terms of minimum service level obligations? Now, the overview of the bill and explanatory notes does make it quite clear that the ability to sack workers is a key aspect of this bill. Now, this is the polar opposite of what was said when the Transport Strike Bill was listed in the Queen's Speech of December 2019, where it stated that workers wouldn't be discriminated. So why they now threaten people with their livelihoods? And it's also clear, despite what the Secretary says, this legislation will allow employers to target those that it thinks part of an awkward squad. Allowing employers to decide who has to work and notify strike days, so that clearly infringes on workers' rights to withdraw labour. So instead of what previously we had illegal blacklisting by some companies, employers can now name workers who they want to break a strike and sack them if these workers stay true to their beliefs. So how can that be deemed acceptable? And the sacking aspect is the proof that this has nothing to do with minimum cover by ambulance staff, as the Secretary likes to remind us. And it also ignores the fact there is an existing 1992 Act, Section 240, as my old friend keeps saying, which allows for preserving life and limb, which unions have their own practices to comply with that legislation. And of course, for fire services, the Secretary could utilise the Fire and Rescue Services Act 2004 if he felt the desire to do so. So it's crystal clear this legislation is not required. It's an attack on democracy and the right to strike. It will prolong industrial disputes, not resolve them, allows individual workers to be targeted in work notices, and it's actually politically stupid. You've got to wonder, why is the Tory government looking to antagonise something like 7 million workers across these sectors? And it's also an astonishing level of incompetence to bring in legislation that potentially allows them to sack essential workers in these vital sectors where there's already a shortage of skilled workers. And the public can see through a government who partied while clapping the nurses and now threatens them with the sack. So they need to follow the lead of the Scottish Government and get round the negotiating table. The resolution of the ScotRail dispute has been commended by both RMT and ASLEF. There are no strikes planned in the health service in Scotland, and the health pay deal being implemented by the Scottish Government is one that the UK Government should replicate as a starting point when they get round the negotiating table. But it's outrageous, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Scottish Government have been negotiating in good faith with the unions and now going to have this legislation foisted upon them. Legislation that we don't even know if Westminster will use to force work notice through in Scotland against the wishes of the Scottish Government. Legislation that could ruin otherwise good working relationships in Scotland. Employment law should be devolved to Scotland, but that in itself would now just be a sticking plaster. It's perfectly obvious that what Scotland now needs is the full powers of a normal, independent country.
Select Committee Chairman Ian Stewart.
Sir Roger, it's a pleasure to make a contribution to this debate as Chair of the Transport Select Committee, and I will be focusing my comments on that particular sector. Let me say at the outset I do support the objective behind the bill. It doesn't strike me as unreasonable to seek a mechanism where the right of a worker to strike, which I have no quibble with, is balanced against the equally important right of an individual to go about their daily life, to travel to work, for healthcare, for education, to visit loved ones, the millions of other reasons why people will travel about. It is appropriate to find that mechanism where those two rights can be reconciled. But I do have a number of practical issues that I'd like to put on the floor of the House. I do understand that this is a framework legislation, and the detail of how this will operate in the transport sector will follow. I was heartened to hear that the consultation on the rail side of transport will be in place before the bill completes its parliamentary passage. But I'd just like to put out on the floor of the House some of the issues I think that will have to be clarified and resolved before this bill can properly take effect. It's already been alluded to that if you look at rail, for example, yes, you can have parts of the system that will operate at a minimum level. You could run 1 train an hour, London to Manchester, instead of 3. There's a number of ways you could have that reduction in service. But there are parts of the system that are binary. a signal box is either open or closed. In aviation, you either have an air traffic control centre that is open or closed. So I think we need to have clarity as to where the minimum level of service will apply. A related point is, does it mean on railway or aviation or buses, is it every line and service that will have a minimum service, or is it a percentage of overall capacity? There is a trade-off to be made. If there is another line that operates nearby, does that mean that both lines have to operate a minimum service, or one would have a more regular one? These are the trade-offs that will have to be made. And in the current dispute on the railways, at the moment, Network Rail and the train operating companies have a degree of flexibility in making these decisions as to which lines, which stations will be open. Will it now be specified in the regulations as to what they will have to cover, or will that still be left to some discretion in the industry? If the honourable gentleman forgives me, I've only got a minute left and there's lots of people want to come in. And my last point is, what is going to be covered by the definition of transport services? There are the traditional ones that we'll all assume that are covered, trains, buses, flights, ferries and the like. But what about some of the other transport modes like cycle hire or taxi services? What's encompassed by that definition? I hope I'll be asking my committee when we meet later this week if we can usefully contribute to this consultation. But I thought it would be helpful in this part of the debate to set out some of the questions I think will have to be addressed as this bill goes through. But it is the objective of the bill is absolutely right. We have to balance the right to strike against the right of people to go about their way of life.
Darren Jones.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I declare my interest as a member of Unite the Union? Can I first start by correcting the public record? As always, I'm grateful to ministers for taking the time to speak with me directly about bills in my capacity as Chair of the Business Select Committee. Unfortunately, the Minister for Thirsk and Moulton did reference our discussion during a debate in Westminster Hall on Thursday without giving me advance notice, where he said, and I quote, that I was very supportive of a minimum service level. Let me just be very clear to the House, to the Minister and to my constituents, I am against this bill and I'll be voting against it this evening. What I said to the Minister was that I, and I'm sure many people, think it reasonable that there be a minimum level of service from our emergency services during a period of strike action. And I encouraged him to do this via discussion with relevant services and the trade unions, not by threatening them with the prospect of an effective statutory ban on their right to strike. When I asked the Minister whether he had sought to achieve this before introducing legislation, he was unable to fully answer my question. And as we've already heard this evening, the rationale, therefore, for the bill is in question. The government says that the legislation is not effective and not in place, and that voluntary agreements cannot be sought. But that is not correct. Indeed, even the government, in signing off the Transport Strikes Minimum Services Level Bill, in order of its compliance with the European Convention on Human Rights, said, in the case of other key public services, important factors exist to mitigate the impact of industrial action. So what has changed? We've already heard that Section 240 of the Trade Union and Labour Legislation Act of 1992 makes it a criminal offence and a breach of your contract of employment if by striking you put someone's life in danger or at risk of serious injury. That is why we have statutory guidance in place across public services. It's why trade unions put life and limb service provision in place when they organise the strikes with management. And on voluntary agreements, just in December last month and in January this month, there have been voluntary agreements put in place. Unison and GMP have told me they limited strike action to 6 or 12 hours instead of 24 hours. There were procedures for bringing back workers from the picket line if they were needed on the ward. And they were monitoring call volumes in real time to ensure that patients were being kept safe. As far as I'm aware, both when I spoke to nurses striking at Southmead Hospital in my own constituency and later with senior management, there were no problems with these voluntary service arrangements. So the law is in place, the voluntary agreements are in place, there is no rationale for this bill. We can therefore only conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it is a negotiating tactic, a threat by the government. Lastly, might I say that my committee was disappointed about the lack of time being given to scrutinise this bill. Once again, ministers have introduced primary legislation with wide-ranging discretionary powers for ministers and without publishing the details of vitally important secondary legislation in a timely manner. This is unacceptable, and it is poor practice on behalf of ministers in bringing legislation to this House. And as the Regulatory Policy Committee confirmed to me today, the government is obliged to publish an impact assessment about its legislation so that the Regulatory Policy Committee can inform this House of the impact of the proposed legislation put forward by ministers. Ministers have not done that. They have not given the Regulatory Policy Committee the time to review the government's own impact assessment and then to inform this House about the consequences of its legislation. So not only do we have a bill that has no rationale based in the evidence on the need for legislation, on the lack of voluntary agreements, we have a government rushing through legislation without following due process, without drafting the legislation to the standard this House requires. It is clearly a rushed threat, it is unacceptable, and it's a disregard to this House and the job that we have to do as parliamentarians to make sure that law is passed effectively. So in summing up, can the Minister today confirm that the statutory instruments will be published before the bill finishes its passage in this House, that it will publish the impact assessment, and the Minister may, if I suggest politely, want to have another go at trying to explain to the House why this bill is even necessary in the first place.
Second party.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm standing to speak in favour of this legislation, and I commend the government in taking this difficult but necessary step. And today, I really want to talk about duty and how we on this side of the House, through this legislation, are fulfilling our duty to protect our constituents, and how the party opposite, in hock to their trade union masters, are failing in theirs. Nurses, teachers, firefighters and all the other professions covered in this legislation are real true heroes of our society. They carry out a great service to our communities, and that's why we must continue to focus on growing our economy so that we're able to meet the wage demands of our public sector workers. But we must also maintain the independence of pay review bodies, and precisely so that we can take politics out of public sector pay. This conversation should be around fairness, and it should be around balancing the right to strike and the public's right to being kept safe. And of course, I understand the value of a trade union, and I understand that workers may want to organise to protect pay and working conditions. But what we're seeing at the moment is hard left leaders of militant trade unions taking advantage of economic difficulty to instigate what is in effect a rolling general strike. And when those actions put lives at risk, then we on this side of the House know that we must do everything we can to take action. Having a minimum service level doesn't need to be controversial. At the very least, if the trade unions offer a safe level of service, then there is no need to have a minimum service level. We saw that with the Royal College of Nurses, who had a safe level of service, and this just goes to show how selfless and professional they were while they were exercising their democratic rights. And I'm grateful to them for protecting the public. And I certainly hope in the next independent pay review we receive a positive result, so we avoid future strike action. But the concept of minimum service levels is protected in the EHRC Article 11, and it's also endorsed by the International Labour Organization. As we've already heard, it's no difference to what we see in Italy, in France and in Spain. And in light of this, I do find the position of the parties opposite quite astonishing, because we all have a primary duty, which is to protect our constituents and to protect our communities. And by opposing this legislation, the Labour Party, in my view, is failing in that duty. Because, quite frankly, Mr Deputy Speaker, the party opposite has supported these strikes, whether implicitly or explicitly. At best, they have failed to take an appropriate stand against the trade unions, and at worst, they're egging them on and relishing in the disruption and the division that is being caused. And is this what the modern Labour Party stands for? Closing down our schools, bringing our country to a standstill and threatening livelihoods? I know it's a new year, Mr Speaker, but it's the same old Labour Party. So what we see in this legislation on this side of the House is that we will not compromise on our fundamental duty. We will do all we can to protect our constituents, our communities and our society, and that's why I endorse this legislation.
Kate Osborne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I direct the House to my register of interests as a proud trade union member. This government is on a mission to take power from the people, from restrictions on the right to protest, restrictions on democracy with voter ID, removing huge chunks of human rights with their retained EU law bill that scraps over 4,000 pieces of legislation, many of which cover the basic rights of people in this country, to this disgraceful attempt to criminalise workers taking legitimate industrial action. Each of these power grabs commit political violence on our communities. This attempt to deny workers what is universally regarded as a fundamental human right, as with most of this government's policies, seeks to divide communities, to pit worker against worker, forcing some of them to walk past their colleagues, to cross picket lines, although I know all of you will know that I will never ever have or will cross a picket line. This government is turning back the clock on workers' rights, but it's the rights of the vast majority of this country. And as always, ministers are only concerned about making money for their cronies and big business. My constituents have been in touch with me over the last few days to express how angry and disappointed they are at the government's handling of these disputes. And whilst I've got time, I would rather say what my constituents want to say rather than members opposite. My constituent, Robert Best from Bolden, emailed me yesterday to say the government should be finding ways to help striking workers rather than remove their right to strike. Right now, refusing to negotiate with workers is the last thing that our country needs. And Robert is, of course, completely correct. The government should be negotiating, not legislating. Workers need a pay rise, not a P45. Last week, in a question to the Secretary of State, I referenced the struggles of the Toll Puddle martyrs and the 7 men of Jarrow, people who were criminalised 200 years ago for fighting for basic health and safety and pay. And the response I got was to stop raving on. Well, I won't stop raving on. I won't stop supporting workers and the people in my community. I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to her giving way. Would she point out within the legislation where there are any criminal sanctions attached to this legislation? As far as I can see, there are absolutely none. I think it's very important we don't scaremonger in that type of way.
I think if we attack the trade unions, of which, of course, the trade unions are made up of members who, of course, are workers, then we are attacking the workers. I think this response, and maybe the one I just got, with this proposed legislation shows the contempt to which this government holds working people. The government doesn't care about working people, it doesn't care about our communities who are struggling to survive in the face of unaffordable food and energy bills, and who are struggling to deal with the cost of living crisis and 13 years of cuts from the party opposite. We already have the most restrictive workers' rights in Western Europe, and it's an affront on democracy that this government is trying to restrict them further. Of course, this government knows this legislation is not workable. It will be held up in the other place if it gets that far and in the courts, and it only cares about attention-grabbing headlines, about moving the Overton window so the people of this country will accept more and more restrictions on their rights. Minimum service levels already exist. Our NHS teams ensure that priority calls are dealt with. Teachers ensure that special educational needs children are catered for. What we need is for this government to provide a minimum service level every day. We hear it on a daily basis of workers struggling to cope with current staffing levels. This government should be looking at ways to address the NHS staffing crisis, not making it worse. And this government needs to accept the reason that so many sectors are saying enough is enough and taking industrial action, including the announcement today of the teaching unions taking action, and I send my solidarity to them, is because of the government's failures. The firefighters, NHS staff, transport, education staff that this bill targets are the very people who saw us through the pandemic. If this legislation was passed, no doubt the Minister and the government will eventually seek to apply it to workers across more sectors. So instead of inflaming the situation, the government should start dealing with the causes of increased strike action, low wages, people in fuel and food poverty, and cuts to public services. This bill is a part of the government's plan to restrict all of our rights, to demonise and criminalise those who are just trying to survive. And as I said at the start, it's an act of political violence. The government should do the right thing for the country and withdraw.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We've had so much disruption to our critical services in recent years, and I pay tribute to all those working in those sectors. Now, I support minimum service levels for our critical services. Who could oppose them? Well, the Labour Party do. They oppose minimum service levels. They say they are protecting workers' rights. But doesn't this ignore the rights of all those who rely on these key services for their health, their education, and their livelihoods? We've seen the sad impact on pupils of disruptions to education, the extra burdens it places on families and schools, and the anxiety this causes parents and students. The Children's Commissioner this weekend highlighted it's the most disadvantaged that face the greatest impact if education is disrupted. Now, I support the right of children to a great education, but the Labour Party, now they oppose minimum service levels. They say they are protecting workers' rights, but this ignores the rights of working families and students if schools close. Minimum service levels should also apply to our ambulance service. We all know the challenges our NHS is facing, yet at a time we need to focus on addressing these, Labour oppose minimum service levels for our ambulance and fire services. Does anyone really believe it should be up to intransigent unions to decide whether or not help arrives? Emergency services should not be a bargaining chip in employment disputes. Our country cannot be held to ransom by intransigent unions. I believe the NHS should be there when we need it, but the Labour Party, they oppose minimum service levels. They say they're protecting workers' rights. But what about the right to care in an emergency? Now, the rail strikes, yet another example. I've been contacted by constituents whose children are unable to get to school, commuters unable to get to work, patients unable to see loved ones in hospital or go to appointments. I support everyone's right to travel, but the Labour Party oppose minimum service levels. They say they are protecting workers' rights. What about the rights of the self-employed? Are they not workers? What about the rights of small businesses, employees? Are they not workers? What about the rights of drivers? Are they not workers? Or cleaners, or administrators, or carers, or any worker in a sector not supported by unions? I was elected to this House to represent all my constituents. And that means protecting health services, education and livelihoods. In light of union intransigence to negotiate and modernise, minimum service levels are now needed. So I wholeheartedly support this bill. I'm genuinely appalled that Labour Party oppose minimum service levels. They say they are protecting workers' rights. I think we all know who they're really protecting. Yeah.
Thank you, Vicky Foxcroft.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I start by declaring an interest? I'm a proud member of both Unite the Union and GMB. And prior to being elected to this place, I worked for Unite the Union for over a decade. And I know firsthand the amazing work that trade unions do in representing their members in the workplace. And contrary to what some members on the benches opposite may have us believe, trade unions want their workplaces to thrive. They know a productive workplace needs a happy, motivated workforce. They know when companies make large profits, they can ask for decent pay rises for their members. And they also know when workplaces struggle, they will work with the employer to ensure it survives. And we all know how public sector workers kept our country moving during the pandemic. They worked night and day to keep us safe. But how does this government seek to repay them? Firstly, with a derisory pay offer. Then, because the unions have voted to strike rather than roll over and accept the derisory pay offer, the Prime Minister has resorted to launching a fundamental attack on workers' freedoms. This bill is unworkable and unpractical. And the fact is, minimum service levels don't stop strikes in Europe. Between 2010 and 2020, France lost almost 6 times as many days to strikes as the UK, and Spain lost more than twice as many. And ironically, we already have minimum service levels in place in the UK. These are negotiated between the unions and the employers. And I remember when I joined, a picket line was striking firemen and women, and they told me how they'd agreed with their employer that if there was any fire or any other emergency, they would jump into the fire engines and be straight there. Yep. None of them wanted to see anyone lose their lives because of their action, which was their last resort. They ensured there was a mutual voluntary agreement, not through legislation, but through negotiation. Something we all know happens right the way through the public sector. Now, most worrying, this bill does not give any indication of what will constitute a minimum level of service, meaning that the Secretary of State will be able to change this at their discretion. It seems to me that having stretched public services and the workforce to breaking point, the government solution is to create conditions in which workers can be forced into work and are unable to withhold their labour no matter what the employer does. Is that really the kind of Britain that we want to be part of? No. One in which workers' freedoms are being restricted to the extent that they could potentially be sacked for standing up for their rights.
Can I ask the Honourable Lady, what would the Honourable Lady say to those members of the RMT who actually decided to come back to work before Christmas because they didn't agree with what the union was doing?
Democracy, is that right?
That's democracy. And trade unions are subject to the most vigorous legislation when they're balloting. And trade union money is the cleanest money in politics.
It's my line, I'm going to use that.
Public sector workers are proud of the role they play in society, saving and protecting lives, but they need to be valued and their voices matter. When our NHS workers say they are worried about public health and the NHS, we need to listen, not curtail the right for their voices to be heard. The government could and should have negotiated with the trade unions to get a decent settlement. They need to listen closely to the concerns that workers across the country have been raising. I thoroughly believe when we work together, we achieve better outcomes. Trade union rights are human rights. I defend their right to strike, and I will be voting against this bill.
Laura Farris.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to accept the invitation of the Shadow Deputy Prime Minister, who encouraged us to be respectful in this debate, and I wish to do so. We've heard a lot from the Labour Party this evening. We've heard about how it's an act of political violence, how it's an attack on the fundamental freedom of working people. But what we haven't heard is an answer to the fundamental question which this legislation poses. Do the British people have a right set out in statute to a guaranteed basic safety and security guarantee during periods of strike? Let's start with the law. The right to strike is embedded in international law, most notably Article 11 of the European Convention of European Rights. But as the opposition knows very well, I will, yes.
She asked whether any of us in the opposition cared about fundamental safety levels, and yes, we do. And she asked whether we would support legislation. Legislation already exists. Yes. And on the Article 11 point, she knows as well as I do that the measures have to be necessary. The government's own memo with the last legislation said they weren't necessary in relation to the health service, education and fire and rescue.
Yeah. If I could thank the Honourable Lady for her point and assist her, because I was coming on to that. The Article 11 right may be restricted for two reasons, so long as the restriction is both necessary, yes, and also proportionate. The International Labour Organisation, of which the United Kingdom is a founding member, recognises that maintaining a minimum level of service provision can be both when it comes to essential services. Their Committee on Freedom of Association has expressly set out the two circumstances in which it may be appropriate. either where strike action would pose a risk to life, safety or health, or where the service is not essential in the strict sense of the word, but where repeated strikes would bring a very important sector to a standstill. We already know, yes, I will give way, yes.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. It also says other things, doesn't it?
Yes.
In that the minimum service level has to be agreed by an independent arbiter if there's a dispute, which is not in the bill, and that there would not be a dismissal, which is in this bill.
I'm grateful for both members of the SNP for their interventions. I am actually coming on to these points, so I'll make a tiny bit of progress if I may. To the Honourable Lady and her point, we already know that transport and education meet the ILO's test, because the ILO told the ILO told the United Kingdom that in its response to the TUC's challenge that was submitted in 2015 to the 2016 Trade Union Act. The ILO Committee of Experts, in its response, you can look up, it's on their website, said, and I quote, "In this regard, in other words, in relation to transport and education, recourse should be had to negotiated minimum standards for these sectors as appropriate." We also know that many comparable countries take a much tougher line than the one the government's proposing to do. In the United States, to give you one example, 38 out of 50 states completely ban public sector strikes altogether. I will give way.
To the Honourable Lady, and she's actually presenting a reasoned case. But she knows that, and she's just used the word, that it should be negotiated. Yep, what we have in this bill is by fiat of the Secretary of State.
Thank you, and I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his point. I am coming to all of these, so if he'll give me a moment to continue. The United States, I gave the example, 32 out of 50 states have an outright ban on public sector strikes. That includes New York. Other states like Canada, Australia, Italy and Spain all have embedded in statute minimum service levels that apply to important public services that are often drawn much more widely than the government's proposing. They include things like waste collection, postal services, broadcast services, the administration of justice, water distribution and energy supply. And I pick these out, Mr Deputy Speaker, not just because they're random examples, but because every single one of these states is a member of the International Labour Organization. They are bound by exactly the same rules as us, and they are among our closest comparators around the world. And even more importantly, the International Labour Organization has adjudicated all their statutory minimum service levels and commented as follows, and I'm quoting from a 2019 publication from the International Labour Office in Geneva, where they said, and I quote, "These examples illustrate the wide diversity of approach that ILO members have adopted to address the challenges by industrial disputes when they occur in essential services. These minimum service levels, supported by the ILO supervisory organs, exist to manage the balancing act between these necessary restrictions and the individual workers' fundamental labour rights." And I haven't heard a single member of Parliament tonight explain to me why the ILO is wrong, why the government is striking the wrong balance when it has a mandate to do so. And to be clear, I don't think this... I will give way, yes, thank you.
Lady, for giving way on that point. I think the disingenuousness here is actually when you do these comparators with other nations which are under ILO regulations, it quite clearly says under ILO regulations that actually the context is completely different. So, for example, the ILO does impose restraints on the circumstances in which such powers can be used. And that, I'd like to say, Deputy Speaker, is the antithesis of what this government's blank cheque approach is.
Well, with respect to the Honourable Gentleman, I would take the opposite position. Take the United States, which has an outright ban in 38 states on public service strikes. Take President Biden's most recent intervention in union rights. In December, he signed legislation that imposed an outright ban on a national railroad strike. The United States is a founder member, like us, of the International Labour Organization. They go much further, and yet the ILO have found their ban to be lawful. And I do think that the opposition are going to have to say why all these comparable states who go much further than us are somehow acting lawfully, and yet we are not.
Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
There's also a lot of time spent in courts arguing some of the minimum service agreements in some countries. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like the House to make reference to my declaration of interest. I am a proud trade unionist. I worked for the GMB for over a decade, representing members in this Parliament. I also am a member of Unite, and after this debate, I might join a few more trade unions. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State took great joy in kind of reading out how much members received from trade unions, which is, as my member for Lewisham said, the cleanest money in politics. I wonder if the Secretary of State, when he returns to his seat, will let the House know how much Michael Green and Corinne Stockhealth and Sebastian Fox has received in payments. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to, with my short time I have left, just talk about the bill. This bill is dishonest, and it is an insult to trade unions, who are the aspirational vehicle of the working class, and it's also an insult to Parliament and parliamentary procedures. Most of the detail is missing in this bill, and the government said they will add it later. That is not how we're supposed to do politics or legislation. It contains a wide perspective, Henry VIII powers, and as we saw during the pandemic, you give the government these kind of powers and they abuse it. And to think that they've put that in legislation, it allows the government to amend and revoke any future legislation that's passed during this session. That means, what's the point of Parliament? You know, no matter what we say, what we pass, the government can turn around and say, oh, there, we want to change it, we want to revoke it. That is against what we have been, every single member of Parliament in this House has been elected to do. The ministers are trying to have, what this is about, is the ministers trying to have power over Parliament. That's all it's about. And to encourage employers to have power over workers. When I was a trade union official, on the wall of the offices, it said, to make rich people work harder, you pay them more. To make poor people work harder, they try to pay them less. Safety does not appear anywhere in this bill. And the House of Lords and the other place debated a bill of democracy denied. And what it said in that bill is that we have to rebalance the power between Parliament and the executive. Government is asking Parliament to vote on a bill that doesn't really exist because it has no detail. If the government's really serious about having minimum service levels, and if they're really serious about negotiation, which nobody seems to be able to do in this government, what they should agree to is compulsory, arbitrary mediation. So to resolve disputes. If they're really serious about resolving disputes, they should say, right, okay, we'll have arbitrary mediation so that we can find a way to resolve disputes. But the government's not interested in that. What the government's interested in is trying to paint trade unions, as I say, as the aspirational vehicle of working class, in a certain light and paint themselves in another. But can I just tell ministers and the government, the public are not stupid. They see what you're doing, trying to take away their rights at every single level, the right to protest, the right to vote. We see what you're doing, and we will stand up and stop you at every opportunity.
Chris Leonard.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak into this debate. And can I just start off, Mr Deputy Speaker, by declaring that I am not a member of GMB, I am not a member of the Unite Union, and I'm not a member of Unison either. And I'm sorry to honourable members opposite if I've missed out one or other of them. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, my remarks in this debate this evening are in respect of the transport industry, having worked for the railways for 20 years before I was elected, and indeed having been a member of 2 trade unions previously as well. I warmly welcome this bill. It's an important piece of legislation. Those of us who are and have been sensible and constructive members of trade unions know that we can still take strike action without closing down the whole network or shutting down an entire operation. This whole debate is about balancing the right to strike with the right of our citizens to have access to key services when they need them, the right of citizens to get to work, the right of citizens of children to get to school, the right of small business owners to still continue their business. Indeed, union members who feel pressured to strike, union members who believe that 8 days strike in quick succession is too much, those union members who believe that having 6 days to respond to a ballot referendum instead of the standard 14, those hard-working union members also want this tempered, and they want their needs and their rights recognised as well, rather than the ideological ones of trade unions. Because they're fed up. I hear the moans from honourable members opposite, but union members are fed up of being used as political pawns. That is why we are seeing across the railway today that the strikes are breaking, because individual members, individual areas are saying, no, enough is enough of being used as political pawns. I'm sorry, I'm not going to give way to my honourable friends until I've got to crack on. These strikes are not a new or recent development. Constant strikes for more than 6 months for some groups and some locations actually have been going on for years. We are seeing a rampant appetite for industrial action. And we know it's the case. We know it's the case because members of the RMT have been striking against themselves in the last 12 months. And in Transport Committee last week, it became clear that the head of the Train Drivers Union is not just a Labour Party member, he has got a top seat on the Labour Party's executive ruling body. We know there is a close relationship with the Labour Party and the trade unions, a relationship worth hundreds of thousands of pounds to individual MPs in the opposition. Now, the honourable gentleman, the member for Ilford, I think, wanted to intervene. I'm happy to give way to him.
I do thank the honourable member for giving way and being honest about his trade union membership. I would wonder what the hundreds of thousands of teachers who just voted to go on strike against his abominable government think about being called political pawns when they're striking to look after our children.
Well, I should just remind my friend and the honourable gentleman that I've said my remarks about those in the transport industry who are in touch with me and who represent them. I should just say that there are no teachers in my constituency who have actually got in touch with me to tell me such, and I think it's worth the opposition paying note to that. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to begin to bring my remarks to a close, because, as I've just said, the relationship between unions and individual members of the opposition, worth hundreds of thousands of pounds, the unions are showering the opposition with hundreds, millions of pounds, like confetti coming from the sky. It's absolutely outrageous. The privilege of being able to refer to the register of members' interests when they speak in this House is what it takes, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, it's all there. I can assure the honourable lady there's no influence from trade unions in my members' interests. But the irony is, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we know members of the shadow front bench have accepted the TUC's invitation to go to Spain to talk about all these things with Spanish unions and to come back to work out how disruption can be caused in this country. There is so much, Mr Deputy Speaker, to be exposed, and I'm afraid I haven't got any more time to do it, as I'd be happy to do some more.
Owen Thompson.
It looks like it's been quite the week for the use of draconian anti-democratic powers from this government. The restrictive anti-trade union legislation they pushed through in 2016 clearly wasn't enough for them. So now we see an unprecedented attack that would undermine the most basic of workers' rights, the right to withdraw labour. The right to strike is essential for fairness in negotiations with employers and to protect workers from having appalling pay and conditions imposed upon them. It's what differentiates modern Europe from the medieval serfdoms of the past. Turning their backs on fundamental tenets of democracy really is something that this government is getting far too used to doing. The more they get a taste for it, the further they want to go. We saw them illegally prorogue Parliament and push through in Brexit. Now we see plans for a bonfire of thousands of EU regulations which protect our rights. We saw the attack on devolution through the Internal Markets Act, and now we see them block a democratic decision rightly taken in Holyrood cranking up disrespect yet another notch. We see their anti-protest laws becoming even more authoritarian, with plans for the police to arrest campaigners before they even have a chance to commit a crime. Now we have their anti-trade union agenda being taken to the next level, with these blunt powers being brought forward to stop strikes. The sweeping Henry VIII powers in this bill, enabling ministers to amend, repeal or revoke primary legislation not yet passed, should chill the heart of any Democrat. It is ironic that for a government so keen to turn its back on Europe, that they'll do lean so heavily on its excuse, but that's what other countries do. It's also deeply disingenuous, and as Unison have rightly pointed out, other countries being cherry-picked by the government, like Italy or France, come to voluntary agreements through collaborative processes and a far less restrictive measures in place than we're currently seeing in the UK. They do not have unspecified minimum service levels imposed on them by an executive, as this bill would enable this government to do. Strikes are not the cause of the problems we face here. They're a symptom of a deep-rooted damage that has been done to our public service by this government. The fact that nobody downs tools without a very good cause, especially during a cost of living crisis. Whatever motivation workers might have, they're under attack on all fronts from this government, and I commend the unions for taking action to protect their members. If the government continues to be determined to go down this destructive path, further damaging industrial relations, they must devolve employment law now, so that the Scottish Government has the powers it needs to protect rights of the people of Scotland from the damage of this government. Workers are not just striking for themselves. They're striking for the very future of public services which they witness being run into the ground. They're protecting the cohesion of our communities, the standards of living we should all be able to enjoy, and the rights of all workers. I stand in solidarity with them, and I will always fight to protect the right to strike from irresponsible attacks such as this. This bill should be refused any further consideration, and I urge every member here tonight to stand against it and vote it down.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I first start by welcoming you to your place? And secondly, can I place on record my thanks to all public sector workers for the excellent work they have done, not just during the pandemic, but for many, many years prior to that. As we all know, the country is facing a difficult economic hardship. Yes, partly because of the war in Ukraine. Yes, partly because of our active response in the fight against the pandemic. But I wanted to say that actually we need to be conscious that we are here to support workers, and not all workers are part of unions. It's fair and reasonable, and I will always come back to this theme of fair and reasonable, to suggest that actually some of this legislation, and I will be supporting this piece of legislation, some of this legislation is making sure there's a correct balance between those in the unions that wish to strike, but also the majority of my electorate who continue to either run their own small companies or work in smaller industries that rely on public services like the railway network. As many of you have known, and I've said in this place before, while I represent quite a lovely constituency, we are very much north and south on public transport, and when there are rail strikes, it is with extreme difficulty that my constituents can get around. While that may not necessarily hurt those that have the ability to access a car or in extremis pay for a local cab, for those that actually that we should be supporting the most, they are the ones that are most affected by this, the ones that aren't able to use the bus to send their kids off to school or get to their GP surgery for a doctor's appointment. I know that there was reference made to the Eastern Region Ambulance Service. I know they've had a really tough time over many, many years. Can I just place on my record my thanks that they were not one of those bodies that had a strike over the recent weeks. I know that unfortunately I've had to use their services over the last few weeks and months, and they are literally saving lives doing the excellent work they do in very difficult circumstances. One of the things that I wanted to make the public aware of, though, that post-pandemic we have adapted the way we work. And while, yes, we are very much supportive of things like rail workers, the general population will adapt. I'm a firm believer that we should be encouraging people to get back to work, whether that's commuting into London like a lot of my constituents. But if it does prove too difficult, they'll just turn around and say, actually, we've already adapted post-pandemic to working from home. What that will mean is that actually we will hollow out the urban areas of our country, like central London, where instead of a vibrant high street like we had in Victoria Street, you'll very quickly have high street retailers closing up shop like the Pret-a-Manger's of the world because they don't have the footfall to support. I know that reference has been made to international comparisons. I, for one, I think we've got the balance right with our support for workers, but also counter that for wealth creators. As someone that comes from an SME background, I knew that I was fully reliant on 1 or 2 or 3 workers, in my case, a furniture retail shop, to make sure that the business could run, and I couldn't do that without them. But they weren't part of a union, but 80% of our economy is reliant on SMEs. So while the unions are excellent in the work they do for large public sector bodies, there are other workers out there that aren't members of the union. Can I just finally mention the fact that my great friend and gallant friend, the Member of Parliament for Bracknell mentioned, which is about our armed forces and the police have not been able to strike for close to over 100 years now. That system has worked, so I'm not necessarily worried about this particular piece of legislation. Thank you.
Well done. Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I refer the House to my register of interest and declare that I am proudly a trade union member, as no surprise to anybody. I'll save the Secretary of State, who's no longer in his place, the time and say that the donation 3 years ago is actually my final month's salary from GMB. And I'd rather clean donations from trade unions any given day over anything that party opposite receives in non-doms. The attacks on the rights and freedoms of our constituents are only becoming more apparent. Lutonians have written to me concerned about the plans to restrict their right to strike, not just for themselves, but for the services that they rely on. We are all desperate for our public services to be stronger, faster, more effective and cost-efficient. But it is not the fault of the selfless and hard-working key workers in our health, rail and teaching sectors that public services are in the skeletal state that they are, or that nurses are having to use food banks. It is the fault of 13 years of Tory government. Now, like many others in this chamber, the prosperity of public services and their workforce is personal to me. I was a care worker, I worked in the fire brigade, and I was a HCA doing shifts on hospitals. I've also been a trade union member for nearly 20 years and have been a trade union officer, working on pro-manufacturing campaigns, bereavement leave for foster carers, stopping the abuse of agency workers, training airport staff and ensuring survivors of domestic abuse are safe at work. I say this not because it's particularly extraordinary, but because this is all in a day's work for trade unionists, and those opposite should bear that in mind while they denigrate the work of trade unions. But this is not just political, it is also personal. My partner works in education, my father was a firefighter and my mother was a nurse. They took great pride in their work and so they should. When we face crises, personally or nationally, it is these workers we rely on to keep us safe, heal us, protect our homes and our loved ones. Why then is this government determined to punish those workers with real-term pay cuts, job losses, worse terms and uncertain futures, yet still reward bankers with unlimited bonuses? Not only are British public service workers seeing their pay declining or their jobs cut, they're now told they cannot speak up about it. The message to public sector heroes from this bill is put up and shut up. Unfortunately for this government, that is not the spirit of this country or the party of these benches. Our constituents know the value of their work. They know the dignity they deserve. And when it comes to civil liberties, the party opposite talk a good game about freedom of speech. But when it comes to the basic rights to strike and to protest, this, one of the most extreme Tory governments, is on the wrong side every time. They fight for the rights of Holocaust deniers, climate change sceptics and out-and-out misogynists to say whatever they like online in an effort to appear anti-woke and pro-freedom of speech. Yet when it's the freedoms of nurses, teachers, doctors, paramedics, firefighters, support staff, healthcare assistants, the Conservatives are not on their side. They don't want them to have the same freedoms as everyone else. Ordinary working people, like the ones ministers are trying to gag now, fought for our rights. Rights for maternity leave, bank holidays, to be safe at work, equal pay, and to remove their labour, to have their voices heard when those in power aren't listening. And so the Tories show time and time again that they're on the wrong side, and all they have to do is listen and negotiate. They are the reason people need strong trade unions and a Labour government, because the Tories will never be on the side of working people. Yeah. I will always be on the side of working people, and I will vote against this bill today.
Yeah. Ruth Edwards.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a debate about the balance of rights. Yes. Balancing the right to strike of our constituents who work in essential public services with the rights of our other constituents, their right to get to work, to school, to have their operation, and even in the case of blue light services, their right to life. Because that is what we are talking about here. This bill isn't about views on the rights and wrongs of the current strikes. It is certainly not an attack on public sector workers. The suggestions otherwise from the party opposite are both disgusting and an attempt to stifle genuine debate. Now, I deeply value the work of nurses, teachers, firefighters, ambulance drivers and rail staff across Rushcliffe and across the country. And of course, they should have the right to withdraw their labour. This bill is about how they can do so safely. Now, the Labour Party would have us believe this is some outrageous attack on workers' rights. Political violence, said the Honourable Member for Jarrow, one that no civilised country could possibly contemplate. No civilised country other than Spain, Italy, Germany, France, or indeed the United States, Australia and Canada, who in some areas have an outright ban on strikes and blue light services. Normally, Mr Deputy Speaker, the parties opposite idolise Europe's approach to employment rights. But on this particular issue of minimum services, they are keeping very quiet. Why, Madam Deputy Speaker? Or Mr Deputy Speaker, I apologise. Why? Because their paymasters in the union don't want to let them do otherwise. And I understand, I do. Oh, I would happily give way to the General.
I thank you for giving way. Most of the members on this side of the House will be proud of the fact that trade union members in their local branch meetings vote democratically to make donations to local Labour parties to members' parliament. So I would ask if you withdraw that preposterous, outrageous and untrue comment.
I certainly won't, Mr Deputy Speaker, because the honourable gentleman failed to declare in that intervention he's received £13,000 from unions. And I notice there are lots of proud union members who aren't declaring their donations, which is not me being party political, it's a requirement of this House. Right. Now, I do understand their position. It's not easy to turn around to the union barons who've given you and your colleagues over £1 million in the last 4 years and tell them they are wrong. This bill builds on the principles in the Trade Union Act of 2016, which put higher vote thresholds on important public services when unions ballot on strike action. It builds on the principle of life and limb cover, but will prevent the situation we had at the end of last year, where different ambulance services had different agreements in place with unions. This resulted in a postcode lottery for patients, which is unacceptable. The bill complies with the criteria set out by the International Labour Organisation, as my honourable friend for Newbury set out in detail. In short, this bill sets out a pathway for workers to exercise their rights safely. It shouldn't be controversial. It has precedent in the UK, all over Europe and in international conventions. We are making the responsible choice to protect all of our constituents. But over on the other side of the House, well, it may be New Year, but it's the same old Labour. Still acting as the mouthpiece of their paymasters, the union barons. Bought by the barons and still doing their
bit. Clive Lewis.
As I didn't hear you. Sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, and I refer the House to my register of interest, where you'll find no money from oligarchs, from Saudi Arabia, from oil barons, oil companies, nothing but from trade unions. Quite happy with that. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, here we are. Little more than 18 months since the end of lockdown, and this government has gone from clapping to slapping key workers. And, you know, it didn't have to be this way. In the wake of COVID, this government had a choice. It could have, like the 1945 Labour government at the end of World War II, chosen a new path, a different path, a new social settlement that recognised the sacrifice and efforts of key workers. It could have rewarded them by embarking upon collective sectoral bargaining, invested in rebuilding our public services, in housing, after more than a decade of decay. It could have built a new social settlement recognising the role those workers played in that national crisis. Instead, it chose to look instead to the First World War and Geddes' axe, when the post-war Conservative government slashed public spending, attacked workers' rights and told the poor that they, and not the wealthy, must bear the brunt of the costs of the war. Mr Deputy Speaker, this legislation puts beyond a shadow of doubt whose side this government is on. It's certainly not the public. No, it's not the public. Because these public sector workers being denied their democratic rights are the public.
Exactly.
They're the ones defending public services,
Exactly.
not this government.
Exactly.
They're the ones fighting to stop trains without ticket offices. They're the ones fighting to stop railways with reduced numbers of safety precautions. The ones fighting to stop a healthcare system run from Silicon Valley by surveillance companies like Parliamentary. They're the ones fighting for our education system where 44% of teachers plan to leave within 5 years. No, this government is on the side of employers like P&O, British Gas, British Airways, with a bill that gives a green light to the practitioners of fire and rehire, of poverty pay and a race to the bottom. And yes, as ever, it's on the side of the rich and wealthy, like it's always been. But this legislation is also part of a longer-term anti-democratic trend. This bill is part of a long raft of anti-democratic legislation passed by this government. It's a trend of transferring power away from workers and citizens and eliminating the limited rights and freedoms in the workplace and across society. The Police and Crime Sentencing Act of 2022 criminalised political protest. The Elections Act of 2022 will disenfranchise millions through voter ID. You undermine the independence. They've undermined the independence of the Electoral Commission. The Judicial Review and Courts Act limits the power of courts to remedy unlawful government action on the part of the executive. The National Borders Act. 6 million people in this country can now be stripped of their citizenship at the whim of the Home Secretary. And while they have temporarily gone quiet, we know they want to repeal the Human Rights Act as well. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the British public have had enough of being told by this government to suck up failing privatised public services, corrupt politicians, collapsing living standards, a dying environment and a failing democracy. Being told there is no alternative, that politicians will always be caught on the take, that the rich and powerful will always be able to buy influence, that food banks are inevitable, that the NHS will always be in crisis, that our rivers will always be polluted, that a race to the bottom on employment rights is inevitable. History will show this bill as the act of a government on the ropes, bereft of direction, lashing out at the very public it claims to protect. It's a grim 50-year-old ideological experiment, and it's in tatters all around it. I'll be voting against this piece of rubbish.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome you to your place? And it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman from Norwich South. I was struck by something you just said there. Yes, the rich and powerful can always buy influence. You just need to see the number of people who've made declarations this evening. This is a simple and effective bill aimed at ensuring that the right to collective bargaining and withdrawal from labour does not conflict with the right of the average British citizen to access life-saving services or potentially important services whilst unions and government negotiate. The debilitating strikes of the past 6 months have wreaked havoc on this country, dragging us into a virtual state of second lockdown, preventing workers from travelling to offices, shoppers from accessing high streets and putting additional pressure on the NHS. And we understand that this is driven in part by the inflationary pressures we're encountering as a nation. No one, and I mean no one, Mr Deputy Speaker, is disputing the right of workers to withdraw their labour as a part of negotiation, however unreasonable some of those demands end up being. No one is saying that at all. All we're asking for is some proportionality and responsibility in the way this is done. Our nation should not be held hostage and lives at risk simply for want of minimum safety standards, and that's what we're talking about this evening. Now, we're not talking about blanket enforcement, just a recognition that some services are quite simply vital. Health, fire and rescue, education. Few of us will forget the impact of shutting down schools during the pandemic. Transport, since the Mayor of London can't stick to his zero-day strike pledge. Decommissioning of nuclear installations and management of radioactive waste. I mean, surely that one's a no-brainer. We can all agree that needs to go on. And of course, border security. This bill ensures that people can access an ambulance when they call for one. Count on fire responders in an emergency, send their children to school, travel to work. Why should they be held to ransom by militant, unelected trade union officials? If they want that kind of power, they should stand for election, not simply buy and support it from the party opposite. No, I will not. Minimum service levels are not an anomaly. France, Spain and Italy have given minimum service levels during strikes. I thought the party opposite was in favour of more European alignment. Government does not want to use this bill, but it's vital to have in place a system so that the British public can access services during strike days and go about their lives in an ordinary way. So we have to ask ourselves, what are these strikes really about? I'll highlight rail because I'm a regular commuter myself. Union bosses refuse to accept that the pandemic has fundamentally changed how travellers use the rail network. Modernising the network is essential to make sure that it's sustainable for future generations. The government stepped in with support to the railway industry of over 30 billion during the pandemic. That's not pocket change. I've seen the impact firsthand of what rail strikes have done to the West Coast main line. At one point facing up to a 10-hour coach journey because of the lack of flexibility. Now that's fine for me because I can afford to be flexible with my working arrangements and I've got a good guaranteed wage. Plenty of my constituents don't, and if that service isn't there when they need it, they're in serious trouble. The hypocrisy of the trade unions saying that they're fighting for workers is palpable. Travel is unavoidable to millions of workers who do not have the option of working remotely. These people are driving Britain's economy despite the obstacles put in front of them by trade unions. And so let's look at the collateral effects. December's rail strikes cost UK hospitality £1.5 billion and huge swathes of businesses and jobs were lost. The simple fact of the matter is, with over £15 million donated to the Labour Party from trade unions, it's no wonder why members of it sit on their hands while trade unions cripple our vital services. Even the Leader of the Opposition noted that's why he's not here leading this debate today. Instead, he's rubbing shoulders with bankers in Davos. These strikes have become contagious, spreading from one sector to another, holding the British public hostage in the hope that the government will surrender, and that's not how a democracy works. I support workers' rights, but it's not limitless. I welcome this commitment to the right of the British public to access vital services during strike action, and I look forward to supporting it later tonight.
Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's an honour to follow the member of Halewood and Middleton for that extremely interesting speech. And I'd like to put on record I'm a proud member of Unite the Union and the GMB. I will be voting against this bill today and stand in absolute solidarity with all those in Liverpool West Derby taking industrial action in defence of their pay, conditions, their colleagues and in defence of the public who rely on these services. I'm proud to stand alongside them on picket lines and will continue to support workers and struggle with pride. And may I offer a word of advice to the members opposite. Go to the picket lines, speak to the people on them, and then maybe the demonisation will not slip so easily from them lips. This is a pernicious bill, which shames this House and nation, designed to attack and demoralise public service workers taking industrial action as a very last resort. I've spoken to nurses, firefighters, civil servants and posties in Liverpool at our food pantries who are being forced into food poverty because of the wages they've received after 12 years of austerity, a political choice made by the Tory government in 2010, and now we are living to the wreckage of that choice with the destruction of our NHS and public services. Let's be clear. The reason these workers are having to take industrial action in the first place is because of this government and its decisions, because never ever forget, hunger and poverty many public sector workers are facing at this moment is a political choice, which this Prime Minister unfortunately finds so easy to make. Mr Deputy Speaker, we have a multi-millionaire Prime Minister who will never ever know what it's like to feel hungry, who will never fear the creep of poverty at the door of his home, telling public sector workers facing this dire situation they will be sacked if they withdraw their labour when they simply say enough is enough. It's obscene, Mr Deputy Speaker. We have a morally bankrupt government with financial scandal after financial scandal, second job after second job, bringing draconian legislation to outlaw industrial action for the very people we clapped during COVID for everything they've done for us as a nation. The bill itself is a purposefully lacking in detail, practically unworkable and potentially unlawful attempt to undermine the right to strike. Instead of bringing this bill to Parliament, the Minister should have been spending time negotiating meaningfully with the trade unions about pay and conditions, and they could have also used this time to write the long-promised employment bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill must be voted down. The draconian drift is now becoming a raging current. Any parliamentarian who believes in the democratic right of its citizens must see this clearly and kick this wretched piece of legislation out of this place.
Angela Richards.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Industrial action has impacted upon many aspects of people's lives in Guildford over the past few months. I regret the decisions made by multiple trade unions to strike, leaving no train services for commuters and key workers in my constituency, Christmas cards to loved ones arriving in January, and delays at the UK border for those returning from breaks with family and friends. And now, we hear this evening that our children's education is to be disrupted again. This is deeply saddening news. I welcome the minimum service level legislation that the government has put forward, which delivers on our manifesto commitments, protects the rights of workers to withdraw their labour, whilst also ensuring that the general public can go about their daily business safely. This pragmatic legislation will bring the UK into line with other industrialised nations such as France and Spain, who already have common sense agreements in place, such as those proposed today in this bill. During periods of industrial action on the railways, constituents in Guildford and those travelling to town for work have found themselves cut off from the railway network with no services being run by South Western Railway on these days, either forcing them to work from home, to find alternative transport, such as using their cars, or simply not to work at all. It is often those who earn the least who cannot work from home. Over the Christmas period, the overtime ban, which was in force, also reduced the levels of service which were provided to Guildford Station. I know from conversations with constituents on the doorsteps and in my inbox that local people are rightly concerned about the level of public transport provision that they are currently receiving. A recent YouGov poll placed the level of support for this legislation among the wider public at 59%, and I know that this feeling is also reflected locally in Guildford. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition in her opening speech said that Labour would repeal this legislation. They are showing themselves yet again to be out of touch with my constituents and out of touch with the country. Rail Partners, the organisation who represents the owners of train operators, including First Group, who own the majority share in South Western Railway, has said that this approach, and I quote, seeks to appropriately balance and protect the right to strike and the rights of others to get to work or school and access necessary health care. I agree with their assessment of this legislation. The safety of the general public must always remain the primary responsibility of any government, and I welcome the measures proposed in this bill to do just that, and I will be supporting this legislation today.
Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I will not be supporting this legislation for 3 reasons. The first is that the bill is not really about safety levels at all. The second is that claims that this bill reflects current practice elsewhere in Europe are inaccurate. And the third is the very real risk that these proposals are in breach of the United Kingdom's obligations under the European Convention of Human Rights and international labour law. As other honourable members have said, the word safety doesn't even appear in the bill. It's a bill about minimum service levels, not minimum safety levels. Yet repeatedly, Conservative politicians have talked about minimum safety levels and seem very happy for confusion between the two concepts to be caused. And I suspect that's because this is a deliberate attempt to hide from the public the real intentions behind the bill. Secondly, as to European standards, most European countries, as others have said, have a very different model of labour relations from the United Kingdom, which, thanks to successive Tory governments, has one of the strictest systems of regulations of industrial relations in Europe. In other countries, trade union rights are protected in their written constitutions. And labour law experts will tell you that in most European countries, minimum service levels are established by collective bargaining. And insofar as legislation exists, it provides a framework for these agreements rather than for top-down regulation. This bill would enable the Secretary of State to impose sweeping regulations from the top on millions of workers in a number of different sectors, which brings me to my third point. As I said when I intervened on the Secretary of State at the start of the debate, the measures in this bill go considerably further than the minimum service levels envisaged by the Transport Strike Minimum Service Levels Bill published last October. And the government's own human rights memorandum, which accompanied the previous bill, set out in some detail, with reference to existing legislation, the reason why their lawyers then said minimum service levels imposed by legislation were not justified in fire services, health settings and education. Yet that's what they're now proposing. And their human rights memorandum for this bill is very different. And I can absolutely guarantee honourable members across the House that as Chair of the Joint Committee on Human Rights, I'll be making sure we scrutinise very carefully the difference between the two human rights memorandums. Now, as to compliance with international labour law, the International Labour Organization have enshrined the right to strike in their convention, to which the UK is a signatory. And it's true that minimum service levels are allowed, but not if they're imposed from the top down. They need to be set by negotiation, or if the negotiation breaks down, by an independent body, as happens in Italy. Only in European countries well known for flouting fundamental rights like Hungary and Russia do we see government-enforced minimum service levels leading to the sacking of workers and the bankrupting of unions fighting for fair pay and conditions. Yet that's exactly what the Tories want to do in this bill. So perhaps we shouldn't be surprised that despite all their anti-Putin rhetoric, they want to emulate Putin's approach to striking workers. Perhaps not so surprising, because the Deputy Prime Minister has told us he's not ruling out leaving the Convention on Human Rights, and the Home Secretary is keen it should happen as soon as possible. So given that they're keen to be on the same side as Russia in relation to human rights, it's perhaps not surprising that they're doing it in this bill. The bottom line, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that key workers are striking because their wages haven't begun to keep in line with inflation, and because the interest rate hikes caused by Tory incompetence means they can't afford their rent or their mortgage. The government needs to recognise the stark reality of these people's lives and work with their unions respectfully to reach agreement.
Anna Firth.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill is about duty, fairness and balance. Nothing more and nothing less. The first duty of any government is to keep its people safe. And this bill is about ensuring we have minimum levels of safety and service across our essential public services. And I've heard what the honourable lady opposite has said about safety. But when we're talking about ambulances and when we're talking about accident and emergency departments, it is about safety. But it's also about fairness. Due to the hard work and dedication of all the ambulance workers across Essex and all the NHS workers at Southend Hospital, every doctor, every porter, every care assistant, nobody in the wonderful city of Southend and Leigh-on-Sea has suffered any disruption in the service. They've been served with the same dedication and care every single day since these strikes began. Why should those who are not lucky enough to live in Southend and Leigh-on-Sea not get the same service? Of course they should, because they are all paid. No, I won't, because of the time. So this is about balancing. It is about balancing the right to strike with the right to a minimum level of service for those who are paying for it. And of course the right to strike is something which on this side of the House we consider to be important. It is a key right of our labour. No, I won't, because of the time. It's a key part of our labour laws since 1906. And indeed, if I can introduce just a moment of levity into this debate, you could say that collective action actually started in 1381 with the Peasants' Revolt, which also started in Essex. However, it is undeniable that strikes are incredibly disruptive. In October of last year, we lost 417,000 working days due to strike action. 2022 is set to have the highest number of days lost in strike action since 1990. Whether it's our trains, our ambulances, our hospitals, or our post service, these strikes disproportionately affect the poorer people in my constituency. In Southend, 2 million people journeys were made from 2 stations in my constituency. These are people who can't work from home, who can't afford taxis to get to and from work, who aren't allowed the indulgence of hotels, which, let's face it, those of us working in this place are able to claim. And it affects children. People who travel to our brilliant grammar schools in Southend travel generally on the train from different parts of Essex. Our children's education has suffered enough due to COVID. There must be minimum levels to make sure that our children get the education they deserve when they are in school. And finally, on this point of fairness and equality, by ensuring that we have minimum safety levels in our public services, we are ensuring that a service which is funded by taxpayers equally serves every taxpayer equally. How could anybody object to that? This shouldn't be a controversial opinion. Police officers and members of the armed forces already are prevented from taking strike action. Too often, we have to rely on the armed forces who cannot take strike action because theirs is an essential service when life and limb are employed, and yet we rely on them.
Order. Barry Gardner.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I refer to my entry in the Register of Members' Interests as a proud union member. This bill is an affront to Parliament. It will not protect the public. It will worsen industrial relations, and it will undermine the unity of the United Kingdom. It should be voted down tonight. There has been much heated argument about the provisions of the bill. On all the moral and pragmatic arguments, I stand firmly on the side of working people, their right to withdraw their labour, and against what governments seek to do in this bill. But I don't consider that these moral and pragmatic arguments are likely to change the minds, or more importantly, the votes, of Conservative members opposite. So I want to put forward an argument against this bill that I believe they both can and should accept. It is damaging to our Constitution and to the Union. The reason the current bill is so short is because it delegates to the Secretary of State the power to set out all the relevant law in regulation through statutory instrument. Regulations which receive only the most minimal scrutiny in this place and cannot be amended. So it's the Secretary of State, not Parliament, who will make regulations to determine the levels of service in relation to strikes. Who gets to define the nature of the services to be provided, the number of people who are to provide them, the time at which they're to be provided, and the manner in which they're to be provided during the strike. Extraordinarily, this bill also proposes that the Secretary of State should have the power, by regulation, to amend, repeal, or revoke provisions made by or under primary legislation made in this House. So statutes passed by Parliament can be amended by regulations drafted by the Minister without full parliamentary scrutiny. And in its recent report in the House of Lords, Democracy Denied, their Lordship stated, a substantial groundswell of concern is developing about the shift in power from Parliament to ministers. The bill we are considering today is perhaps the most egregious example that an increasingly autocratic executive has yet brought forward to strip Parliament of its role in determining what for many of us is a critical area of employment and human rights. It gets worse. The primary legislation which the Secretary of State can amend or repeal is defined so as to include an act of the Senate or the Scottish Parliament. This should set alarm bells ringing for all of us, nationalists and unionists alike. What is being proposed is that the Secretary of State in Westminster should have the power by regulation to override devolved legislation passed by the Scottish Parliament and the Senate, and to do so with minimal scrutiny in this House. If the Executive had intended to provoke constitutional outrage and call into question the very basis of the devolutionary settlements, it could not have designed a piece of legislation better guaranteed to do so. That the Secretary of State in Whitehall should claim the power to legislate by regulation, to interfere in devolved areas of government, to impose restrictions in the different parts of this union on the right to strike in the transport, education, health and other public services in Scotland and Wales is more than unwarranted. It is more than inappropriate. It is a deliberate provocation and offence.
Would the honourable member like to comment why the government has refused even the super-affirmative procedure as well?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, quite simply because it is introducing a party political measure that is designed to provoke this House. I ask all Conservative members, if they care about the Union at all, to vote against this wrecking ball of a bill that will only provide succour to those voices that seek to destroy our constitutional settlement and our United Kingdom. Under this bill, the employer has the unilateral right to identify in a work notice the individual workers required to operate the MSL. A worker who refuses to comply after being requisitioned in this way will lose unfair dismissal protection. In so doing, the government is authorising employers to do what not even a court in this country can do. Under the Trade Union Labour Relations Consolidation Act of 1992, no court can compel an employee to do any work or attend any place for the doing of any work. But having notified the union of the identity of the worker to be requisitioned, the bill then requires the union to take reasonable steps to ensure that all members of the union identified in the workplace comply with it. It is ironic that under this bill, the same trade union may be required to discipline or expel...
I'm terribly sorry. And I'm sorry I have not been given notice, but we're going down to 3 minutes in order to get as many people in as we possibly can. Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I should first declare that I'm a member of the British Medical Association. Mr Deputy Speaker, as an NHS consultant paediatrician and a member of the Health and Social Care Committee, this legislation and its impact on health in particular is of great interest to me. During my career I have, and indeed I continue, to work with many fabulous NHS staff. However, as many in this House have rightly pointed out, the pay rise being demanded by the Royal College of Nursing at over 19% is just simply unaffordable. It is also the case that pay rises being demanded will continue to drive up inflation at a time when the government is working night and day to keep it down. It's also the case that because of the way NHS staff are paid, you can't give one group a pay rise without giving it to others in the same pay band. And though different unions give the impression that they're negotiating separately for ambulance staff, for nursing staff, for middle and junior managers, in reality they're all on the same banding scheme, and a raise for one is a raise for all, with each 1% in rise costing £700 million. It's clear that the opposition seem to have misrepresented the government's policy in an attempt to take away the right to strike, when that's so clearly not the purpose of this legislation. When it comes to the NHS, it is not right that those in desperate need of medical care cannot get an ambulance or receive care because of strike action. These are measures designed to protect people's lives and ensure that people who are with imminent threat to their lives or limb have quick access to care and treatment. How could anybody not want such care to be received? Indeed, that is why minimum service levels are individually negotiated by the various ambulance services, but that leads to inconsistency across the country. Having a pre-agreed national minimum level will help to improve patient safety. Another reason we need to have minimum service levels is that striking service legislation doesn't require people to say whether they're striking or not, which means that we've had a situation recently where those organising ward rotas don't know who's turning up to work or not, and that makes it very difficult to plan even minimum services for those shifts. It's all very good when you're dealing with parcel deliveries, but when you need a certain number of people to care for acutely sick people, it's vital that you can plan, and a minimum service level allows you to do that. Furthermore, the opposition is suggesting government want to sack people for striking. But this, again, is a gross distortion. Striking is a collective decision. That's why it's voted upon. The government's measures apply to those who, having agreed to be part of a minimum service level, then did not turn up to work. Well, that would under any circumstances be a dereliction of duty. And in practice, we all know it's not going to happen because NHS staff simply would never do that. It's been clear for some time that members of the opposition are not brave enough either to say how much they would offer the unions, nor to criticise the strike, even when they so clearly could threaten the lives of their constituents. It's perhaps no coincidence that the unions behind the recent ambulance strikes are some of the Labour Party's biggest donors. In the meantime, the government, the backbench colleagues and I will continue to serve our country and our constituents. The first two...
Champion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise as a proud trade unionist. I've been a member of a trade union all of my life, and so I completely fail to understand the division that members opposite are trying to make between union members and workers, and the general public aren't buying it either. Our nurses, teachers, doctors, paramedics, rail workers and firefighters have all worked consistently hard over the past decade, particularly since COVID, yet they are facing real cuts in their pay and drastically worse working conditions. NHS nurses are earning £5,000 a year less in real terms than they were in 2010. And for midwives and paramedics, this drop goes to over £6,000. We need to retain workers in these professions, but instead they're being driven away by the Tories running our public services into the ground. Instead of trying to resolve the issue at the heart of these strikes, this government is undermining workers' basic rights to strike and trying to turn the public against them. It's not working. I'm deeply concerned by the sweeping powers in this bill, which will allow the government to dictate what the minimum level of service in a given industry should be, with only a meaningless requirement for the Secretary of State to consult whoever they consider appropriate. It's disgraceful that employers will have the ability to pick and choose which individuals will be compelled to work and forced across a picket line, or they could be sacked. This is not a balanced or fair approach, nor will it resolve any of the core issues workers are trying to raise through these strikes. There are already more restrictions on strikes than ever before, and these are being followed to the letter. So the strikes which are going ahead have already met the legal requirements. Steve Wright, the head of GMB's Ambulance Union Committee, recently wrote to the Prime Minister calling out his dangerous claims that ambulance workers are putting lives at risk. Surely the Prime Minister knows unions have been working with NHS Trust to guarantee emergency cover during the strike. And if he doesn't know that, that's really quite damning. In reality, on the 21st of December, when GMB ambulance workers undertook industrial action, the proportions of patients delayed over an hour actually dropped significantly. So where is the evidence that striking essential workers are already not providing the minimum level of service? It's not there. I understand any fears the public may have about not being able to access emergency healthcare when they need it, but the government should be honest to constituents rather than demonising hard-working staff who want to be able to provide the best service possible. Better yet, the government should meet with these workers to negotiate and understand their concerns instead of dismissing them. It's not striking workers causing the crisis in the NHS. It's a decade of Tory mismanagement.
Mr Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I believe in the right to strike. I don't think they work, but I do believe in them. I was brought up in Doncaster and I saw the picket lines as a young man, the oil drums. Mainly men stood round trying to keep warm, trying for an extra 4 or 5% on their wages with the unions backing them. And often they won. Often they got that extra bit of pay rise that they wanted. But move forward 5 years, move forward 10 years, and what did you have? You had closure. Thousands and thousands of redundancies and closure. And this is what happens when people go on strike. Now, unlike the customers of those industries that strike, the customers were not paying while those services were being taken away. But my constituents don't have a choice. They keep on having to pay. And when they pay, they expect a service. They pay whether they get this service or not. And this bill in this place is here because I believe the unions, like they did in the 70s and 80s, are taking advantage. They are taking advantage of the place this country finds itself in through no fault of its own at the moment. I've employed many people over my life. There has been times when we've had too much work and there's times when we've had too little work. But neither my staff nor I have ever abused the upper hand. The unions, I believe, are abusing this position that the country finds itself in, and they're trying to hold this country to ransom, and the opposition are backing them because of their donors. We are legislators, and we should only legislate when there is an issue which requires our intervention. This appears to be one of those moments. I understand that the government will be seeking talks with unions and employers to see where the level of minimum service sits. I therefore hope these talks are entered into with the spirit and that a voluntary arrangement can be made. Then they should, and if a voluntary arrangement can be made, then it should be, and we can all move on quickly and get our country back on its feet. I once again just want to thank all the nurses at Doncaster Royal Infirmary who voted against striking because they know that their best efforts are made whilst they are at work, not whilst they are on picket lines.
Harry Black.
I am not funded by unions or Russia. So before we even get into this bill, it's important to highlight that the laws on trade unions within the UK are already amongst the most restrictive in Europe. Now, ministers claim that such bills are common in France and Spain and Germany, but they leave out the fact that this bill is much harsher than any of the examples that they cite. UK workers will lose their automatic protection from unfair dismissal, for example. Now, ministers claim that this bill is about ensuring a minimum level of service and making sure that's there for the public and their health and safety, when they know fine well that life and limb agreements are already in place. The truth is that this bill is designed to undermine and attack both workers' rights and democracy. It carves out yet another door by which Westminster can further erode and undermine the Scottish Parliament. Now, this bill is so bad that it might fall foul of the European Convention on Human Rights, which protects the right of workers to assemble as they wish. The very same Convention on Human Rights that the Tories want to take us out from. I wonder why. I previously spoke, very briefly,
Thank my friend for giving way. Isn't it the case that this is a pattern of behaviour? When this government couldn't reach the child poverty targets, it scrapped them. So what it's doing is changing the goalposts and bringing in hostile environment and hostile legislation to attack workers' rights and human rights.
Absolutely, and that leads me neatly on to my next point. Now, I previously spoke about the dangers of sleepwalking into fascism if we're not careful, and I didn't say it lightly then, and I don't say it lightly now. But history is undeniable. The slide into authoritarian and anti-democratic politics has always been underpinned with anti-trade union rhetoric. Over the years, we have listened to countless right-wing politicians and governments claim that Brexit would in no way affect workers' rights, and yet here we are. The reason why trade unions organise industrial action is because it works. It has always been the only language that those who hold power understand. The only reason that any worker has any right whatsoever is because of trade unions. It's because of the ability of workers to organise collectively in defence of their jobs and their livelihoods. Now, people who bleat about the disruption that strike action causes are missing the point entirely. If your day is disrupted by someone not turning up to their job, then it just goes to show how crucial that person's job is and why their pay and their conditions should reflect that. And another myth that I've heard is people do not undertake strike action lightly. Strikers lose money. Strike action indicates a crisis. Now, our nurses, our doctors, our teachers, our cleaners, supermarket workers, these are the very people who kept the world turning through a global pandemic, a cost of living crisis, and 13 years of Tory austerity. And yet this government chooses to ignore and demoralise them at every turn. This government would rather blame striking workers than acknowledge the fact that the root causes of strike action lay directly at their door. We have the lowest pensions and sick pay in Europe. We still do not have a living wage, and we are living in economic chaos, with inequality getting worse. The only ones who are putting the health and safety of the public at risk is this government. A government run for Twitter, a government of cliques and culture wars with no serious answers. Ultimately, trade unions work, and that's exactly why the Tories are coming after them.
Clive Efford.
Mr Speaker, I withdrew because I wasn't here for the opening.
In which case, Christine Jardine will be delighted to hear that.
Not at all, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much. I rise actually tonight to speak in opposition to this bill. I'm not currently a member of a trade union. I have never been a trade union official. I do not get any money from the trade union. I even last week found myself, much to my own surprise, in agreement with the Secretary of State when he said to this House that when we need an ambulance, we need to know one will turn up. Well, I agreed with that, but I did not agree with the context in which he meant it. We should be able to rely on that all the time, not simply when there's a strike on. And I would even have agreed with them, and I could even have found myself thinking about supporting this bill if, as part of it, I felt it was an attempt to address the problem. But it's not. It's not about problem solving. It's political posturing. It's an empty, detail-light, vague promise of a mandatory minimum level to replace existing voluntary arrangements, which will simply ramp up the rhetoric without saying how anything will be achieved or offering any progress towards the solution that the public in this country need. None of us, not in this place, not at home watching television, not working on the railways or in hospitals or any other sector or teachers, nobody wanted this wave of strikes because it further undermines recovery in those sectors which were already stretched before the pandemic. And let's not get into the argument about whether or not it's a pandemic or the war in Ukraine that's causing this. It's not. It's the deterioration in our public services which this government hasn't just allowed, at times it's felt as if they were fostering it. And what are they doing? They're bringing forward a bill which is somewhat akin to taking a mallet to peel a peach. It will not undo that deterioration, and it will not help our public sectors. We're already in a situation where too many people go to sleep at night worried that if they have a heart attack or a stroke, there will be no ambulance. And this bill does not attack that problem. The reason we have a crisis this winter is because of the inaction of this government. They have failed the workers in the public sector. It's nothing to do with trade unionism. It's to do with the government's failure. We always say that when there's a strike, it's a failure of both sides. It's a cliche, I know. But, you know, the thing about cliches is that we use them because they're usually right. These strikes are a failure, and the government, with this bill, is doing nothing to undo that.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I declare my interest as a member of a trade union and as a politician who has received donations from trade unions to my constituency Labour Party, and I'm proud that all of that is declared and it is on the public record. Now, my constituents want to see a minimum service level when it comes to transport, but unfortunately they're served by train companies like Avanti and TransPennine Express. So even when it's not a strike day, the chances of getting a train sometimes on time is just impossible. And my constituents want to know that when they phone an ambulance, it's going to get there in time. But the reality is that for many of my constituents I've heard from, particularly in the pre-Zol and not end parts of my constituency, the rural parts of the constituency, when they phone an ambulance, the waiting times are already unacceptable, and that's not on a strike day. This legislation, therefore, is not an attempt to fix our public services and to resolve the disputes which are raging around the country right now. It's to distract from their levels of failure. This is a piece of legislation that's come with no consultation, no impact assessment, and this is a government that has come forward with no employment bill. An employment bill that could actually outlaw fire and rehire, that could ensure that people have decent rights at work and could go a long way to fixing this broken relationship that now seems to exist and that this government seeks to stoke by the legislation that we have before us tonight. Because these disputes will only be resolved by negotiation and reasonableness. And by tabling this legislation, the government does nothing but stoke that division. It just makes strikes more likely to happen, and where we see minimum service levels in place on the continent, we see more days lost to strike action, not less. So in short, this legislation is draconian. It's there to sack the nurses. It's counterproductive. It will cause more days to be lost to strike action, and it's unnecessary. And I really do hope that the government will instead take some opportunities to visit picket lines in their own constituencies and to speak to those workers who are out on strike. Because when I speak to striking workers across Lancaster and Fleetwood, when I'm with the postal workers on Fenton Street, I know that they're suffering. They're losing days' pay as well. But they're doing it because they are desperate to preserve that public service, to make sure that everyone gets a decent fair pay, a decent pension, safety in the workplace, because that's what trade unions are about. And I really do urge the government to be reasonable and to look again.
My game's break.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I stand as a former shop steward and convener. I also refer to very proudly, my register of interest. Do have a look. I cannot begin to express my anger, dismay and indeed disgust at this piece of draconian legislation. I send my solidarity to those, as I know many in this chamber will, to those campaigning and outside as we speak, demonstrating as we speak, as they will do until we get rid of this draconian piece of legislation. Across the country, yes, we are seeing the worst strikes in decades. Railway workers on strike, nurses, for the first time ever, Royal College of Nursing on strike, postal workers on strike, bus drivers on strike, ambulance staff on strike, civil servants on strike, and now teachers on strike and many more. I would have missed somebody on the list because there's that many people on strike. And they're doing that for a reason. They're doing that because of this cost of living crisis. When the mortgages go up, the gas bills are going up, the electricity bills are going up, the fuel bills are going up, they have the fundamental right, which I hear sometimes members on the government side talking about the rights of freedom of speech, about freedom to organise, freedom to actually campaign and negotiate for a cost of living pay rise. It's a fundamental British right, and this is a real attack on democracy. And people on the other benches and the government benches, and some of them I do know and I've worked together with cross-party, should actually be ashamed of yourself, certainly on this one. Instead of taking responsibility and addressing the real issues, of course, the Prime Minister is playing politics with people's lives. And of course, these very public servants are actually the public that some of the members across these benches are talking about that are inconvenienced. Hey, presto, yes, the strike does inconvenience people. But let's stick to some of the facts. Look, there are ambulance workers who I visited not very long ago, just before Christmas, in the Warrington area, that's North West Ambulance Trust, that were striking. It was a last resort. They don't want to do that. But they were providing the minimum level of service. They were certainly doing that on life and limb. And I saw the ambulances going out. So I've heard lots of myths this evening about that. Actually, the status quo, the current arrangements actually work. But I will stand together with everybody tonight and I will vote against this draconian, disgraceful piece of legislation which is standing up for the British workers and British people.
Neil Hanvey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm speaking as a Unison member and someone who's been a member of the RCN since 1984. Prior to that, I'm proud to have stood on the picket lines recently with the RMT, the CWU, GMB and the RCN. My constituents are members of unions. They are workers, and they form part of all of the workforce who are engaged in industrial action at the moment. I want to give the Conservative Party that sit opposite the few that remain a bit of a reality check, because it's not good enough to say it's everyone else's fault but ours, when the fault lies at your door fairly and squarely. And let me be clear, it's not this government that did the heavy lifting during COVID. It was doctors and nurses, firefighters, railway workers, postal workers, other key workers in supermarkets, and many, many others. It is every key worker the Tory government now wants to demonise and threaten. They are the heroes of the pandemic. This government now treats them with utter contempt. What kind of a thank you is it to say, we are going to force you to work and we will not help you any longer? They are striking for decent pay and minimum safe levels to prevent risk to life and limb. This bill purports to be about minimum service levels. If only that were true. Try telling that to the NHS staff with an impossible workload, or the fire and rescue teams denied access to proven vital health and safety processes. Taking nursing for an example, you talk about minimum levels. Nurses in this country work with roughly 2 to 2.5 times the workload of that recommended by the RCM and the RCN. The international comparisons that the government have set out don't take account of this intolerable workload, and they don't take account of the fact that the patient-to-staff ratio in other countries is significantly better than it is here. The government pretend they are being responsible, but they are being anything but. They complain about affordability, and I mentioned the amount of money that's gone into the hands of the 1% earlier. It's not $21 trillion, it's $26 trillion. All the while, this party have partied and profiteered throughout the pandemic while those key workers were on their knees. The people of the UK are on their side. Striking is the only means they have to stem this vulgar neo-conservative tide of greed and restore dignity to their lives.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to refer to my register of interest. And as a lifelong trade unionist and proud trade unionist, I want to send my solidarity and support to all striking public sector workers. And this government has already lost in the court of public opinion on their refusal to negotiate with striking workers. So instead of getting around the table, they're changing the rules of the game. This bill grants the Secretary of State unprecedented powers to disrupt striking workers, allowing management to pick and choose which of their employers should be on strike on rota days to maintain legal minimum service provision, effectively giving managers carte blanche to target union organisers and force them to cross their own picket lines upon the threat of losing their job and risking financial penalties for their union for failing to meet minimum service requirements on strike days. The TUC has said it has major concerns about the significant risk of discrimination if this is pushed through. Workers fighting for their jobs, pay and conditions should not be threatened with the sack. No worker votes for strike action lightly. It's always a last resort, and particularly for frontline services. The RCN, in its 100-plus year history, has never been on strike until recently, and it never did so under a Labour government. Minimum service levels agreements already exist in key life and limb services where health and safety is at risk. Indeed, we often hear of situations where staffing levels are better on strike days due to legal requirements than on non-strike days, due to a massive shortfall in NHS staffing levels. And we are facing the deepest crisis to our NHS since it began. Record waiting times, a collapse in staff recruitment and retention, patients waiting for hours in an ambulance or a chair on a corridor, and decades of wage stagnation. and 13 years of austerity and selective amnesia from the members on the benches across the floor. Minimum service law will not solve our problems, and the Minister knows this well. The government's own impact analysis has warned this bill could lead to even more strikes, worsening industrial relations, prolonged disputes, as well as reduced conditions for workers. So, to conclude, Mr Speaker, I would like to congratulate the National Education Union for their very successful strike ballot today. And what their teachers are saying is enough, and this government needs to recognise that.
If people can shave a few seconds off their speeches, it would help to get everybody in. Tommy Shepherd.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I ask myself, what problem is it that so afflicts the British state that its government sees fit to bring forward a major piece of primary legislation? Is it really the case that militant pickets are stopping people getting life-saving treatment at their workplace? Is it the case that callous trade unionists are refusing to negotiate life and limb emergency cover? And are people dying as a consequence? The answer to all of those questions is no. In fact, we know of countless stories where trade unionists have left their picket line protest and gone to make sure people do not die. Exactly. And when I asked the Secretary of State earlier to say how many lives would be saved by this legislation, he refused to answer, perhaps because the answer is none. Yep. So why then? Why is this being introduced now? And I think the answer to that is quite simple. We are approaching the fag end of this Tory government. Yep. Their poll ratings are in the toilet. Their members are disillusioned. Their backbench MPs are increasingly despairing about their own survival. And so, in a desperate attempt to revive their fortunes, they are trying to resurrect a strategy that the Thatcherites did a generation ago. They are trying to monster ordinary working people fighting for their rights. They are trying to pretend that they are other, that they somehow are against the public interest and therefore not deserving of public support. But it will not work this time round, because it has gone too far and there are too many people involved. There is not a family in this land that does not know someone caught up in this dispute. Absolutely. And there is not a family in this land that does not recognise the justice of their cause. So they are not going to be able to do that this time round. Sure.
I thank Honourable Friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that as we speak, firefighters who ran into Grenfell are now suffering and dying from cancer, and it is workers like them who will be stopped from being able to protest and to be able to strike, and that continues to be a disgrace?
Well, indeed I do, and across the public sector, we are looking at people who actually saved us in recent years from the trials of the pandemic. These are people who should be venerated, not demonised. Absolutely. They should be paid, not punished. Yeah. And the international comparisons that have been made in this debate are so spurious when you look at them. There is not a single country in Europe that has legislation like this. Yeah. Everywhere else where there are minimum standards, they are negotiated. Yeah. There is no other country where you can be sacked for going on strike if your employer says not to. That is what is proposed in this bill. But most of all, I think, the proposals in relation to Scotland and the devolved administrations are the most pernicious. Is it perhaps that the government is jealous or frustrated at the fact that the government in Scotland takes a different view? That rather than demonise trade unions, it will sit down with them and respect them and try within constraints to get a negotiated deal? Is it so furious at the Scottish Government in doing that that it now sees the need to export conflict across the border in our industrial relations? Because that is what is coming. And it is a slap in the face to everyone who supports devolution, because what this bill proposes is that in devolved services, such as transport, health and education, the parameters for operation will not be set by the elected Parliament in Edinburgh, but will be set here by this place, even if they don't fit those circumstances. And people in Scotland will reject these proposals, as they reject the other attempts to erode the limited power that they have. And they will call for complete control over industrial relations in Scotland. And
if you take an intervention, by the way, it's already not everyone's going to get in, then more people will not get in. Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I refer to my entry in the Register of Interests. It was always going to come to this, where the ideological and deliberate attack on workers, along with the carefully choreographed under-resourcing of the very public services that the people of this country hold dear over these past 13 years, have been so blatantly carved up for the spivs and the profiteers. And that comes hard up against the inevitable neoliberal endgame of in-work poverty, and where workers are left with no choice other than to stand up for themselves and their service and withdraw their labour. They do so not because their own wages are insultingly and woefully low and shrinking in value and don't pay them enough to pay their soaring bills and rip out demand from the beleaguered and disastrously managed economy. They do so in order to save the very service that they so cherish. And what's the response from this lot on the government benches? Instead of listening to workers and coming up with a fair deal that they can accept, or producing a plan to sustain public services into the future, they hit out and turn the screws, depriving working people of their basic civil liberties and human rights to organise and campaign for a better deal. And I'm proud that this party has made it abundantly clear that this anti-worker, anti-trade union, sack the nurses bill will be immediately repealed when Labour comes to power, and that we will bring in the New Deal for working people that our people so desperately need. But this attack isn't new, Mr Deputy Speaker. At every turn, especially in the Thatcher era and in the past 13 years, they have demonised trade unions as being the enemy within, instead of as the force for good and the force for economic and social change for the benefit of the working class that they truly are. With their nasty, pernicious propaganda spewed out by their chums in the right-wing press, this Tory government has delivered the biggest rallying call to working people there's been for many a year, and I urge all those workers who want to protect themselves, their industry, their profession or calling, if they haven't done so, to join a union today. Yes, to take back control and join the fight for a better deal for themselves, their families and their communities. This isn't the way to build good industrial relations, it's the exact opposite. So this is an important moment in our history, and I have no doubt the British people will have their say in fulsome measure when they turf these dreadful Tories out of office, and that day can't come too soon.
In Labour.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to declare my interest, proud member of the trade union movement, have been all my life, will be till the day I die. I just think that people in this debate tonight need to recognise that we shouldn't be surprised by the actions of the government. No. You know, we shouldn't be, because they've crashed the economy. People cannot put their heating in, they cannot eat. People are struggling to feed their families. They cannot pay their mortgages. So what happens? They get together. The Tories revert back to what they believe they're best at, attacking ordinary working people, attacking the trade unions. Yep. They relish it, they love it. And that's what this is about. The Secretary of State should admit it. The Tories are running scared. They're finished. They're a busted flush after 13 years of austerity. And they should accept that. But no, attacking ordinary working people. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think I speak for a lot of the people when I say this. There isn't anything in this world, there isn't anyone on this planet that could conscript me to cross a picket line. Doesn't matter what legislation the Tories wish to push forward. It doesn't matter what rules, what regulations, what government diktat they put in place. thou shalt not cross a picket line. Mr Deputy Speaker, I just want to refer in the very short space of time I've got about the attacks on ordinary working people. Well, demonising the people who brought us through the pandemic, the posties, the transport workers, the bus drivers, the train drivers, the people who work on the transport system, the nurses, the NHS workers, the ambulance drivers. These aren't mad Marxist militants. They're not forced to be part of a trade union. They joined a trade union. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would just say as champagne sales and luxury yacht sales go through the roof, our key workers are sadly forced to use food banks. I'm opposing this bill tonight and would urge every other member of Parliament to do so. Do so in respect to ordinary people who brought us through the pandemic and work hard for this country.
Civil Roberts.
And I would refer members to my register of interest because I entered politics as a teaching union rep. I am still a trade union member. I am the co-chair of the Justice Unions Group. And contrary to the myth that the opposite sides like to propagate, I have taken not a single penny from the unions. I do it for political reasons and values. And Plaid Cymru, I'm sure it will come as no surprise, therefore, will be opposing this reprehensible legislation tonight. Nobody seeks to strike, least of all the workers who lose a day's pay. The strikes for health workers are a last resort from overworked staff who fear that patient safety is suffering because of increased demand and staff shortages. What does the government propose to do? Bring in sanctions that threaten to sack those very staff. Yet the UK government has no interest in working with our key workers. They'd rather pursue this socially divisive legislation in an attempt to distract from the daily disruption to public services caused by their own party's butchering of budgets 365 days a year. Perhaps the Minister can clarify whether this legislation will cause further disruption to businesses by undermining commitments made in the Trade and Cooperation Agreement to protect and promote social dialogue on labour matters among workers and employers, not to reduce that legislation, but to build upon it. That is not what we are talking about today. And it's becoming increasingly clear that our rights are not safe under Westminster control. First, our democratic right to protest, now our democratic right to strike, and next, a bonfire of the protections hard won when workers were protected by membership of the EU. Of course, the UK's government disregard for Welsh workers comes as no surprise. Last summer, they announced their intention to scrap the Trade Union Wales Act, a law passed by our Senedd to protect workers in Wales. The only way to give Wales the power to protect workers' rights for good from relentless Westminster attacks is to devolve employment law to Wales, as is already the case, and well before devolution took place in the late 90s in Northern Ireland. And I urge the Labour Party to drop their opposition to this policy and support workers in Wales and Scotland as a matter of urgency. But in the little time that we have, and to bring my remarks to a close, Deputy Speaker, the easiest, safest and fairest way of guaranteeing minimum service provision is to ensure that key workers are able to do their jobs effectively by improving working conditions, by bringing forward the long-promised employment bill and giving workers the proper pay increases they need. On the question of pay, there must be recognition that public services in Wales face additional pressures due to a funding system that perpetuates high levels of poverty and the knock-on effect that poverty has on health and the reality of having an older population than the rest of the UK. Now is the time for Westminster to recognise this and commit to the needs that public services in Wales require.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I refer to my register of interests. I'm a proud union member and I was a trade union official before entering this place. After 13 years of Conservative government, life for ordinary people in this country has got harder. This country is again an outlier on workers' rights and has been for some time. What a sad indictment of a government that purports to be a standard bearer of democratic rights in defence of a free society. This legislation, amounting to yet another brazen attack on an already fragile settlement for workers in this country, flies in the face of the basic liberty to withdraw one's labour.
This legislation does not protect the public, quite the opposite, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a hastily put together bill that is incoherent, unworkable, and I am sure in time will prove unlawful. This Boss's Charter will make it easier to sack workers across several sectors: our paramedics, our firefighters, our nurses, our train guards and so many more. It will not make those workplaces safer. Key workers are demanding a decent settlement amidst an economic crisis that they had no part in creating. Workers that received the adulation and applause from Conservative ministers throughout the pandemic, only to be abandoned, threatened, dehumanised when the going gets tough. I will oppose this bill with every fibre of my being. It was the trade union movement who delivered the weekend, paid holiday, paid sick leave, equal pay, maternity and paternity rights, as well as the minimum wage. Our collective role now, on this side of the House, is to defend the trade unions, provide a voice for their members and our constituents in this place, and prevent this latest attack on our communities. And if the members opposite want to know how Labour would resolve these disputes, they should tell their leader to call a general election, and we'll soon find out.
Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As a proud member of a trade union, I begin by referring the House to my register. The proposals before us today are unworkable. They do nothing to address the reasons why workers go on strike, instead attacking workers' rights. The government are imposing them, and they are doing so as a distraction. A distraction from the fact for 12 years they have given us an economy where wages have been squeezed and conditions have worsened. Let's be clear, these strikes are a result of this government's economic failure. Industrial action is always a last resort. Workers on low pay do not choose to lose a day's wage unless they absolutely have to. I know because I have been on strike. I have been on strike as a low-paid teacher. I know the colleagues I taught with were concerned not just about their loss of income, but the impact on the pupils we taught. To suggest it's a decision that's taken lightly is simply wrong. Going on strike is personally a difficult decision, but practically it isn't easy either. We have some of the toughest trade union laws in Europe. Online voting in strike ballots is prohibited, alongside a high threshold for both turnout and votes in favour required, which puts into context the strength of feeling of those workers who have voted to withdraw their labour. Industrial action on the scale we are seeing today has not happened in a generation. In 1984, 14,000 miners went on strike in Barnsley, 200,000 across the country to defend their industry, and we still feel the economic effects of the loss of the pits today. That was an attack on one industry by a government determined to destroy mining in this country. This is an attack on all workers across the public sector, a clear attempt to get workers to pay the price for this government's economic mistakes. Teachers, bus drivers, rail workers, border force, ambulance drivers, NHS staff and nurses have all voted to strike. The government is trying to label them the new enemy within. But these are the people who kept our country going during the pandemic. They want decent pay to provide for their families. If the government want to get the country moving again, they will pay them a decent wage and stop threatening them with a sack.
David Linden.
Mr Deputy Speaker, isn't it amazing we were told so often throughout the course of this Parliament that one of the reasons why we don't have an employment bill is that there's no parliamentary time, yet all of a sudden when we see the likes of Mick Lynch on television and Dave Wars, who the government seem to think of a big button to cause chaos, all of a sudden a bill comes forward that gives huge amounts of power to the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. Frankly, when you look at Clause 3 of this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would rather put Robert Mugabe in charge of the Electoral Commission than allow that lot the opportunity to be in charge of workers' rights. The reality is that it is already incredibly hard for workers to exercise their most basic, fundamental human right to withdraw their labour. The thresholds are already very high, and the people that I stand alongside with on picket lines, whether it's at the Royal Mail or whether it's at Glasgow Central Station, they don't want to be out on strike. They're doing that when they lose a day's pay. And so the government, and in particular this Secretary of State's attitude towards unions, this is all about creating a wedge issue. It's all about trying to make this huge division, pit worker against worker. The reality is in this country, or these countries, we already have a very large public service. And as my friend from Edinburgh was saying, there's already huge amounts of people in our families or neighbourhoods who are taking this industrial action. And the reality is that the legislation that's being brought forward by the government is not necessary. This is not national security legislation. This is not legislation that has to be rushed through in a day. And the tawdry programme motion that's before the House that would ram this through in the space of 5 hours, when we would be radically altering people's terms and conditions and their ability to work, really does raise bigger questions about the direction of travel that this government's going on. As other colleagues have said tonight, they already want to remove people's ability to protest. They want to remove people's ability to vote in the Scottish Parliament, which has been democratically elected. They're seeking tonight to block legislation that's been passed by 2/3 of the Parliament, which has legislative competence. This is a government that is going in the wrong direction. And frankly, Mr Deputy Speaker, it only makes the case for us, in response to the honourable gentleman from Brent North, it only makes the case for us why we and the people of Scotland do not want to be a part of this absolutely crumbling democracy that has no legitimacy in Scotland.
Yeah. And I'm really grateful for those who've kept it well under 3 minutes, because it's good. Zara Sultana.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I refer the House to my register of interest and note that I am a proud member of Unite the Union. Politics costs money, and I'm proud to be backed by organisations that represent the working class, not the billionaires or oil and gas profiteers or big businesses that bankroll the party opposite, representing no one but themselves. There was a brief period in the pandemic where we all recognised who keep our country running. And it wasn't the city bankers, hotshot lawyers or big business executives. It was the people who drive our buses, who sweep our streets, who post our mail. It's people who teach our kids and nurse us back to health. And briefly, even the members opposite thank them. They call them key workers and heroes and clap for them with cameras rolling. But as key workers knew, clapping doesn't pay the bills. And with a decade of falling wages, they couldn't go on. As the cost of living has soared, workers are saying enough is enough, and they are demanding a better deal. And of course, the government's line has changed. Members opposite are now calling workers greedy, saying that they're selfish. They've started pitting workers against each other, saying that railway workers couldn't get a pay rise if nurses weren't, but that nurses weren't allowed a pay rise either. And now they've stooped to this, an anti-worker bill that threatens the civil liberties of us all. This new law would see key workers like nurses, railway workers, firefighters and teachers fired for going on strike. From clapping nurses, they're sacking nurses. They say it's about safety, but that word isn't mentioned even once in the pages of this bill. They say it's about bringing us in line with other European nations, but Britain already has some of the most restrictive anti-union laws in the Western world. And no matter what they say, it's definitely not about resolving current disputes. It's only inflaming tensions and making negotiations harder. What this bill is really about is shifting the balance of power, weakening the power of workers and making it easier for bosses to exploit them and for the government to ignore them. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to finish with a message to those watching at home who aren't sure about the strikes. If your pay is too low and your bills are too high, if you're struggling to make ends meet, if you can't get a doctor's appointment, you're not alone. But the problem isn't striking workers. Your problem isn't migrants, refugees or trans people either, or whoever the right-wing press is scapegoating today. Your problem is this Tory government and their 13 years of disastrous rule and the rigged economy that they've built. Because alongside record numbers of food banks, Britain has a record number of billionaires, record profits for big business, and record wealth for the top 1%. So let's bring together everyone who's had enough, and from the picket line to Parliament, let's fight for a better deal.
Oh dear, Webb.
I rise to speak as a proud trade unionist since the age of 16, and I'll be so till the very end. This government does not care about patients, passengers, parents, or the public, because that is not what their minimum service level bill is about. The bill is a shameful attack on the democratic right to strike. At just 6 pages, the bill does not even set out the boundaries of what is permissible. This, they say, will be decided later by the Secretary of State through regulation and not by Parliament, giving the government the power without scrutiny to also shockingly override legislation made in the devolved Scottish Parliaments and the Senate. This is not democracy. This is government by diktat. It's authoritarianism capitalism writ large. The bill gives government the power to deny workers their right to strike, their fundamental basic human right, allowing employers to bring injunctions to prevent strikes, sue unions and sack employees across the public sector, including the NHS, transport, fire and rescue and education, undermining workers' rights to a fair wage and improved terms and conditions. Strikes are a symptom, not the cause. Workers are being dragged into poverty and having to resort to strike action to make their voices heard. And this government is trying to break them. From voter suppression to the attack on our right to protest, through to this anti-strike bill, the government intends to crush workers' basic freedoms, and yet we live in a democratic society. Strike action is the tool of last resort and the best negotiating power workers have against unscrupulous and callous employers. The bill seeks to erode the rights of trade unions to organise and drive fear through the very soul of workers who could lose their protection from dismissal as a result of this bill. Our trade union and employment rights legislation are already weak. You only have to look to some of Leicester's garment industry to see evidence of that, where workers today are still being paid less than the minimum wage on zero-hour contracts in Victorian workhouse conditions, with no enforcement agency able to break the scandalous mistreatment of workers who are fearful and whose powers have been weakened to near silence. In today's Britain, not a single garment factory in Leicester will recognise a trade union. In the same way, this bill seeks obedience at the will of the state. It allows for the punishment of unions and workers who do not comply with the so-called work notice. The bill is not about providing a basic level of service to the public. It's about breaking the growth of the trade union movement. The right to strike will be controlled by the state and only permissible on government terms. To resist means to be liable to huge penalties under this bill. This bill is a threat to our basic rights. It's draconian, dehumanising and bullying. It's class war. And for the sake of our hard-won freedoms, we must stand firm.
Sam Tarry.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I proudly draw the House attention to the Register of Interests. Mr Deputy Speaker, in our country's history of progress, it should record in this House it was the trade unions that ended child labour, it was the trade unions that made workplaces safer, gave us holidays, maternity and paternity pay, paid sick leave, equal pay legislation, pensions, workplace anti-discrimination laws and even the weekend. And despite this, the government would do well to remember that trade unions have made an immensely positive contribution to society. A strong trade union movement is a cornerstone of any healthy, functioning democracy and indeed a more equal, fair and prosperous society. But the good news is that trade union membership is on the rise, a net increase of 200,000 new members over the past 3 years, and online inquiries to the TUC surging by 700% over this summer. Organised labour, Mr Deputy Speaker, is back and it's going absolutely nowhere. Leaked emails from this government have shockingly shown that ministers are deliberately deliberating on an outright ban on trade union membership, strike action and even introducing further restrictions on the democratic right to withdraw labour. And I ask this House, why might be this? Striking workers have won for themselves double-digit pay rises across various sectors, from bus drivers to BT engineers, as well as better conditions and an end to outsourcing, whilst support for strike action is at an all-time high with the public. There are many trade union leaders who have more popularity than any government minister right now in 2023. We've seen, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the government's own impact assessment on this bill has said that this could mean more actions taken more frequently as a way to pressure employers. And in rail, this legislation seems particularly short-sighted and even at odds with what many train operating companies have actually wanted. What happens when 100% of passengers try to get 40% minimum service level trains, as Mick Whelan from the ASLEF said? Ultimately, this bill will do nothing to help resolve disputes or support good industrial relations. In fact, it will do absolutely the opposite. In the short time I have remaining, I'll focus on one thing. From last week, the Secretary of State told me that the ILO had common practice in authorising minimum service levels, but neglected to mention, however, that the ILO imposes restraints on the circumstances in which such powers can be used, the antithesis of the blank cheque this bill will give him and other ministers. This government's attempts to draw comparisons with minimum service levels in Europe wholly ignore the broader context of industrial relations across the continent where they have far higher levels of collective bargaining agreements. In fact, what I would say is that these proposals are more akin to the practice used in countries like Singapore and Turkey when strikes can be undermined at the whim of a government. It's totally disingenuous to suggest otherwise. This legislation gives employers ministers extraordinary powers. Firefighters, nurses, teachers and the same key workers government has praised will find them liable to be prohibited from striking. It is unnecessary.
Order.
We shouldn't be back to the days of
There's
Tulpa
half an hour
martyrs.
before the wind-up start and there's more than 10 people, so do the maths. Please come within the 3 minutes in order to get everybody in. Chris Stevens.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I refer to my register of interest, my position as chair as a PCS Parliamentary Group, my membership of Unison, Glasgow City branch. Mr Deputy Speaker, they started with clapping workers on the doorsteps and they're ending with clapping them in irons. Each of the staff mentioned in this bill worked hard to protect our communities through crisis after crisis. But if they now wish to protect their own families, then they're now being threatened with dismissal. The false respect shown to them for their dedication and commitment has now been a removal of their most fundamental human rights. None of the countries that they've mentioned, and mentioning the ILO, none of the countries mentioned have the restrictions in terms of balloting and notification requirements of strike and do not impose those. So if they are want to be consistent about the ILO, then let's bring back the trade union bill and let's discuss those thresholds and those restrictions. Mr Deputy Speaker, another problem with the bill is the issue of arbitration. Now, in Europe, there's a social partnership model to these things, so workers and employers try to reach agreement on things. But the bill's proposals seek to remove the Central Arbitration Committee, and that would turn cooperation into conflict. And we're now being advised that it's this Secretary of State who would be the sole arbiter. This Secretary of State, Mr Deputy Speaker, whose arrogant and ignorant performance this afternoon showed us everything that we always suspected, that they're clueless when it comes to industrial action. This is the Secretary of State who tweeted last year that called the weekend a non-strike day. And he's to be the one that's to be the arbiter of this. As Dennis Healey once said, there are some people, Mr Deputy Speaker, who should be gobsmacked at birth. And there are, Mr Deputy Speaker, the issue of using trade union activists as a weapon. That trade union activists will be picked to be the ones attending work, and that they're going to be the ones who are going to be challenged to cross a picket line. And if they do not do so, they will be dismissed. A completely disproportionate action. And in Europe, actually, Mr Deputy Speaker, what happens is the norm that they would lose their pay, which would be seen more proportionate than automatic dismissal, with no protection to take that forward to industrial action. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will be fundamentally opposing this bill here today, tomorrow and any other day of the week. Thank you.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I refer members to my register of interest. In fact, I'm a member of Unison. My constituent Peter died in February 2021. He was a proud railwayman. He lived in Leamington. He died of COVID. He worked on the front line through the pandemic. I saw him every week. Like many of the public, I was only able to get to this place or to a place of work because of people like Peter, like Charlotte, like Joe, Nick and others. Elsewhere, emergency service workers, healthcare workers and other frontline workers held this country together, and they are why I want to speak tonight. Meanwhile, we were urged to clap. The Prime Minister partied. But emerging from the worst of the pandemic, these workers deserve our gratitude, but not just gratitude, they deserve the right reward. The public understands this. They want resolution to the disputes. They want due recognition to those workers, because the public also understands that after 12 years of pay frozen or near frozen through austerity, they deserve better. The public knows that for many, real wages have fallen since 2010. Nurses receive £5,000 less in real terms. that we have the highest inequality of major nations in Europe. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the great irony is that this is a government that itself is incapable of meeting minimum standards or service. The serial breaking of the ministerial code, 2 prime ministers breaking the law, a government that illegally prorogued Parliament. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the public knows this legislation is not necessary. It's a deliberate attempt to distract, to divide opinion, and further attempt to erode workers' rights. If Peter were still with us, he would be standing by his colleagues. He would be striking. And it is for Peter and for all those workers that I will be opposing this legislation.
Thank you, Matt, for that. Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I also refer the House to my entry in the Register of Interest? I stand as a lifelong trade unionist and a proud member of the GMB and USDO. Mr Deputy Speaker, let us be clear, this truly is a winter of discontent visited upon the country by this Conservative government. Railway staff on strike, as are posties, ambulance staff, bus drivers, border staff, highway workers and driving examiners. For the first time in their 106-year history, nurses are on strike. And rather than threatening hard-pressed workers, the government should be sitting around the negotiating table trying to secure a solution. I support the trade unions and colleagues at the TUC who work tirelessly, day in, day out, to make life better for working people. This bill is a mark of this government's failure. They have failed to engage in effective negotiation, and now they think that they can legislate their way out of the mess that they've created. This clearly is about trying to divert attention. The government know that the bill before us tonight is unworkable and impractical. The Transport Secretary admits it won't work. The Education Secretary doesn't want it. The bill represents one of the most restrictive and interventionist attacks on the right to strike witnessed in generations, and the government's proposals are simply unworkable and undemocratic. It's clear that the bill isn't about public safety. As we've heard time and time again, the bill doesn't mention safety once. We all want minimum standards of service and staffing in the NHS and on our railways, but ministers are failing to provide it at all with their abdication of responsibility. It is well known that the collective bargaining is widely recognised as the most effective routes for delivering sustainable pay increases, tackling inequality at work and promoting investment in skills, training and productivity. So rather than adopt the worst practices from other countries, the government should commit to improving workers' rights, put an end to exploitative fire and rehire tactics and promote collective bargaining. I'm proud as a Labour Member of Parliament to be working alongside our trade unions to secure a Labour government who would put a new deal for working people and to oppose any attempt by this government to undermine trade unions or workers' rights. A new Labour government would repeal these measures, sign an employment bill into law within the first 100 days. In Power will end the Tory strikes chaos with a new partnership of cooperation between trade unions, employers and government, meaning issues are resolved before strikes. Workers in Britain know that Labour is on their side, so let's have the general election and let's have it now. I will oppose this bill tonight.
Mick Whitley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I begin by joining many of my honourable friends in declaring an interest in the finals in Register. I'm proud to be a member of Unite the Union, and I spent more than 54 years of my life in the Labour movement, fighting works both on the shop floor as a steward and convener and across the north-west of England as a Unite Regional Secretary. The Business Secretary has sought to assure honourable members that this government will always defend workers' ability to withdraw their labour. I can only conclude, in his rush to steamroll this bill through the Commons, he's neglected to read it for himself. Because this bill sets out to do the direct opposite, to deny working people of their democratic right to engage in lawful and legitimate strike action. Last week, I warned this government is attempting to achieve through legislation what has been unable to secure in negotiations with trade unions. But the Secretary of State is gravely mistaken if he believes that this bill will put an end to the wave of industrial action we're now witnessing. This is not a recipe for harmonious workplace relations. It's the exact opposite. Indeed, this draconian response to the same key workers who ministers applauded through the pandemic will only strengthen the strikers' resolve while forcing unions to find more creative and disruptive ways to make their voices heard. The Business Secretary must also understand that the Labour movement is prepared to fight these proposals all the way, in this House and through to the other place, through the courts and in workplaces all over the country. He believes that he can bully working people into submission. We'll prove him wrong. Indeed, soon enough, the government will find itself in court, having to explain how this bill can be reconciled with the UK's obligations under the European Convention of Human Rights, not to mention Convention 87 of the Independent Labour Organisation. But the legal minefield awaiting ministers in this court of law is nothing compared to the reckoning awaiting them in the court of public opinion. The British public does not support this bill. When they see the architects of austerity condemning frontline workers for striking for fair pay, they know whose side they're on. They recognise that the issues now driving ambulance drivers, nurses and firefighters through the picket line from low pay to unsustainable workloads are the same issues that they face in their own working lives, and they understand that strikes aren't to blame for our broken railway network and overwhelmed hospitals. These strikes aren't the cause, but rather a symptom of a crumbling public sector which has been hollowed to its core by 12 long years of Tory cuts. Thanks, Chair.
Becca Long-Bailey, thank you.
I refer to my register of interests as a proud member of Unite the Union. The trade unions are a long-established and essential part of our national life. We take our stand by these pillars of our British society as it has gradually developed and evolved itself, of the right of individual labouring men to adjust their wages and conditions by collective bargaining, including the right to strike. Now, they're not the words of a trade union giant, nor even a Labour politician. They are the words of the late Winston Churchill. But today, his own party intends to unashamedly deny workers those very fundamental rights he believed in, with a bill that threatens key workers with the sack for simply exercising their right to raise the alarm on low pay, erosion of terms and conditions, and grave concerns over the safety and future of their sectors. And worse still, the government does this in full knowledge that the proposals in the bill are almost certainly illegal, and that includes breaching the Human Rights Act, the European Convention on Human Rights, International Labour Organisation conventions, and various other statutes. And the government shamefully claim that the reason behind this legislation is apparently because NHS trade unions were not providing minimum service agreements on strike days. This just isn't true. Our ambulance workers, like our nurses, have never gone on strike without first putting agreements for life and limb cover in place. So it's therefore no surprise then that the government has refused to publish any required impact assessments. And what's even more absurd is the notion that this bill will somehow reduce the propensity for strike action. We only need to look back in history to know that such authoritarian legislation has the opposite effect. Now, instead of this bill, the government should be listening to the concerns of key workers. They should be facilitating negotiations, but instead they seek to divide a nation and demonise, demoralise and even threaten to sack the very workforce who has tried to hold our country together. And so, returning to Winston Churchill, there are no Winston Churchills on the opposite benches today, and I have no doubt that he would be absolutely devastated and disgusted that his party was treating our workforce with such disdain.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I refer the House to the registered members' interests, and I was also a trade union lawyer for 10 years before being elected to Parliament. This bill comes in the context of an attack on the right to vote, an attack on the right to peacefully protest, and now an attack on the democratic right to strike. And I want to read out what Human Rights Watch shared last week. They said, and I quote, "In 2022, we saw the most significant assault on human rights protections in decades." And they went on to warn that, and I quote, "fundamental and hard-won rights are being systematically dismantled." And it's in the light of that that I want to look at a few key provisions in this bill that in the time that I've got, 'cause it's part and parcel of that authoritarian attack on our hard-won rights. The very first clause makes no bones about it. It explicitly says that this bill is about restricting the protection to trade unions and employees in relation to strikes. And then we move on to the schedule, where it talks about the power of the Secretary of State to specify minimum service levels. Now, the Act doesn't specify what the minimum service levels should be. So we've got to ask ourselves this question: do we think it's right to hand to the Secretary of State as an individual the power to make such decisions? What level of service requirement would be seen as going too far in the eyes of an anti-union, union-bashing, right-wing Conservative Secretary of State? 40%? 60%? 85%? 90% if there's some trouble in the Tory party and they want to throw some red meat to their hard right-wing backbenchers and party members? This should concern us all. And then we move on to the very broad categories of the services that are covered. How will education services be interpreted? How will transport services be interpreted? Very, very widely, I should expect. And then we look at the work notice. A work notice must identify the persons required to work during the strike and specify the work required to be carried out. This is chilling authoritarianism. We're going to see workers who lawfully voted to strike ordered to go in to work. That's chilling. And then finally, work notices. No protection if union fails to take reasonable steps. This completely changes the role of trade unions. Absolutely appalling. What is going to be expected is for trade union officials to be outside the workplace, on picket lines, telling workers who voted lawfully to strike to go to work. That completely subverts and changes the role of trade unions and attacks trade unions as an institution. This bill is appalling. It needs to be dropped.
Margaret Greenwood.
Deputy Speaker, and I stand as a proud trade unionist in solidarity with my constituents taking strike action and workers across the country. We are seeing widespread strikes in the public sector because of the abject failure of over 12 years of Conservative government. The government has pushed nurses, ambulance workers and other dedicated NHS staff to the brink. They're taking strike action not just on pay but as part of their campaign for patient safety and, as they have told me, to save the National Health Service. Yet now the government wants to repay them by threatening them to sacking them for doing so. Constituents has written to me to tell me that they are appalled. This bill is a shameful attack on the rights of working people. Richard Arthurs, head of trade union law at Thompson Solicitors, has said the introduction of minimum safety levels does not comply with the United Kingdom's legal obligations under Convention number 87 of the International Labour Organisation on Freedom of Association and Protection of the Right to Organise, and Article 11 of the European Convention on Human Rights. He is one of many who expect there to be legal challenges to this bill. Last October, the government published the Transport Strikes Bill, allowing minimum service levels to be introduced during strikes in certain transport services. It seems that this bill has now been superseded by the one that we're debating today. In the European Convention of Human Rights memorandum that accompanied that bill, the government set out why minimum service requirements would not apply to other sectors. So just a few months ago, they were clear that important factors already existed in other sectors to mitigate the impacts of industrial action in those sectors on wider society. In health, it pointed to the fact that unions include guidance to their members on their approach to life and limb arrangements. So why have ministers changed their minds? Now they are saying that they are introducing this legislation to ensure that striking workers don't put the public's lives at risk. That is an insult to workers who kept the country running during the COVID-19 pandemic, putting themselves at considerable risk, and in particular it is an insult to nursing unions and representative bodies who worked hard to ensure that there would be cover for urgent cases during their strike. As the TUC points out, this bill is the government's latest attack on the right to strike, and I will be voting against it this evening.
Beth Winter.
Thank you. I make reference to my entry in the register as a proud former employee of UCO, and I'm also a proud member of Unite. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill exposes this Tory government's contempt and disregard for working people whose difficulties have been caused by them. Its purpose is to dismantle the trade union movement and workers' rights and entrusts yet greater powers to the government. It is authoritarian and an affront to democracy. It does not establish minimum service levels for strikes. These will follow in regulations deprived of the proper scrutiny afforded to primary legislation. And it doesn't ensure the safety of the public in times of industrial action. Unions in relevant sectors are already doing this. So what is it for? As Mick Lynch of the RMT has said, this law is, and I quote, a form of conscription that would allow employers to choose how many striking employees they wanted to force to work. Now, the Conservatives have spent 12 years creating a low-pay Britain. Now trade unions are organising effectively to lift people's pay. The Tory party is concerned they've lost control and wish to restore it. This bill allows employers to sack individuals for participating in legitimate industrial action. It enables employers to sue trade unions for not forcing workers to cross the picket line, placing unions at risk of incurring significant costs which could cause the demise of trade unions. It will give enormous powers to the Secretary of State and to employers. The bill is also drafted without necessary detail or substance. There's been no consultation, no impact assessment. This is an imposition to weaken and even dismantle the trade union movement. The government is introducing the Strikers Bill, overruling powers and policies of devolved governments, as the Welsh Government introduces a social partnership bill. As the Welsh Government's Council General Mick Anthony has said, it is a fundamental attack on freedoms. And as Welsh Government, we will give it no credence or support. And having sat in this chamber and listened to all the contributions intently, I must take issue with the myths being propagated and the vilification of our key workers and trade unionists. All people want is a fair, decent pay, terms and conditions, and to protect our vital public services. Surely we should all in this chamber be supporting that, and I will be opposing this bill this evening.
If you took part in the debate, please come to the chamber for the wind-ups, which will begin no later than 9:40. John MacDonald.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to declare the register of interests. I'd be worried if I didn't, because my CLP fundraising strategy would have failed. But I just say this, it's important that the Conservatives know this. We know what the motivation for this bill is. Do not insult the intelligence of this House or the British people that this has anything to do with emergency measures whatsoever. We've all negotiated those over the years. They've been in existence for decades, since the beginning of the trade union movement. The motivations are these. First of all, it was an attempt to try and threaten those who are in negotiations at the moment. Well, that has really worked. 9 out of 10 teachers today have voted for industrial action. The second was the usual distraction. Tory governments in the past, when they were failing, had usually create a war, send a gunboat. Then Mrs Thatcher decided the real enemy is within. And we've heard it today, the same language, trade union barons holding the country to ransom. All of that, that's what this was, distraction. But the real motivation is the motivation they've had since the 1980s, which is to shift the balance of power from labour to capital, from workers to employers. And you know that strategy has worked. It's worked so well, it's impoverished working class people, and that's why they're coming out on strike, because they can't survive on the wages that they've got. So I just say this, we'll oppose it in this House. There'll be opposition in the other place as well. This party will scrap it as soon as we get into power, But I warn them this, the real opposition won't come in here, it will be out there. It'll be from working people, trade unionists. The first trade unionist that's sacked, the first trade union that's fined, people will be out there, and this government will foul the industrial relations of this country for a generation. And I tell you, I will be out there with them.
Yeah. Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to be a Unite and GMB member, with which I point to my register of interest, and also the former head of health at Unite negotiating level of service agreements. And I have never heard such misinformation as I have in the House today. Amidst an economic crash and public services on their knees, we know that the morale of working people in the front line is rock bottom, as they're stressed out of their minds and struggling with low pay. But this reckless bill not only impacts on them, but it sours industrial relations and does nothing to resolve disputes. In fact, it will stoke more strikes and push workers into working to rule, and then the Minister will certainly have a problem on his hands, as he will learn how much unpaid overtime working people give. But these strikes are a canary in the mine of the biggest retention crisis in the history of our public services. The ministers should heed their warnings before things get even worse. And tonight, I am proud that we are voting down this regressive legislation because I would rather have clinicians and frontline workers negotiating safety agreements than ministers in Whitehall who clearly are so out of touch. And when it comes to the ambulance service, 10 trusts, each one negotiate their safety levels, each hospital, each clinic, and the reason why is because there are different pressures on each one, and it's really vital that each one has a separate negotiation determined locally to make sure services are safe locally, not dictated by Whitehall. And all the minister needs to do is to aggregate the negotiations which they come to achieve those safe working levels. And life and limb was set out in the Trade Union and Labour Relations Consolidation Act of 1992. He can read it for himself, where there is an obligation to ensure that human life is saved. But as we move through, we know what happens on strike days. They're safer than the rest of the time because the trains aren't running at the moment. The hospitals aren't properly staffed. 133,000 vacancies in the NHS. Yet on strike days, Christmas Day cover essentially is provided. Hospitals which were running red ran green on strike days, and we know that waits were cut in the ambulance service by 10%. Safer for the public because it is frontline workers who really do care about their patients, and that's why they're still working under such dreadful conditions that they're in. But this is a sham of a bill, while still needing to put money on the table, still needing to negotiate and still needing to resolve these disputes. And I say to government, stop walking away, stop playing games, get back to work and get back to the negotiating table.
Davis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Geraint Davis, GMB, Swansea West, CLP. The Tories have impoverished Britain, and they pretend that working people who can't afford to put the food on the table, to heat the bedrooms, to pay for the rent or the mortgage, should face a pay cut or face the sack if they vote amongst over 50% of their trade union members to defend their families, to defend their communities, to defend their towns and cities. This is an absolute disgrace. And the Tories refuse to negotiate. They would prefer to have disruption and chaos to cause political divisions. They just say, like it or lump it, unless, of course, you're a banker with a bonus, a crony with a contract, or a donor with a dividend. Our nurses have witnessed thousands of their colleagues dying for a lack of PPE, and alongside that, billions of pounds given to Tory donors who've been providing PPE. Nurses now who've spent their own money for 3 years to get a Bachelor of Science now face a starting salary of £13.84 when they could start in McDonald's for £12.25 without the stress and with the overtime. The NHS, of course, faces long COVID, more older people coming back from the EU, sicker people, 1 in 4 people in poverty. It costs more to treat these people, much greater pressure on the system, and the Tories turn their back on them and threaten them with the strike. The truth is, had the economy grown at the same rate as it did under the Labour government, average wages would be £10,000 higher. We wouldn't be facing this appalling situation. But instead, the Tories want to create strikes, to create a diversion from that, to create a sort of Dickensian Britain where capital gains and Labour loses. These are about fundamental rights. The fundamental right to democratically vote for a strike, to go on strike and not be sacked. The situation is that the Tories are torpedoing talks, whether it's rail, whether it's a DVLA in Swansea, whether it's the nurses. They want to create strikes to cast blame. But frankly, the public will not be fooled by their political attempts at their authoritarian journey dividing Britain. This is not who we are. The Tories are isolating Britain, they're shaming Britain, they're dividing Britain. Britain deserves better. Britain deserves a Labour government, and a Labour government will repeal this draconian, appalling bill.
Wind-ups, Jonathan Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and let me start by declaring my interests and my registrations as a trade union member. This has been a hugely well-supported debate, with no fewer than 38 speeches from the backbenchers on this side of the House. And as many of those speeches have identified, there is certainly a pattern with this government. Because when people began to protest in large numbers against their policies, they came and responded by making it harder to protest. And when the polls turned and people made clear they want to vote them out of office, they responded by making it harder to vote. And now when paramedics and nurses and transport workers and many other professions decide, in desperation and as a last resort, to go on strike, rather than listen to them and negotiate, this government is responding by making it harder to strike. Well, let me put it in simple terms for Conservative colleagues. The problem isn't them, it's you. The Conservative Party has built this Britain of low pay, of low resilience and of insecurity. And instead of listening to the voices of the people most affected by that, they've turned up today to try and take away their rights. So this bill isn't so much a proposal, it's an alibi. It's an attempt to deflect blame for this country's problems, and particularly for the condition of public services, away from the government and onto the workforce themselves. It's a fairly transparent attempt to pretend that industrial action is the cause of the poor state of public services rather than the symptom of it. And I speak for, I think, every member on this side of the House when I say we reject this cynical attempt to do that entirely. Because when we clapped those key workers, we actually meant it. And I can only imagine how they feel if they're watching this debate today, having to listen to the people who crushed our economy and added thousands to mortgage payments, now giving them lectures on pay restraint. Imagine a police officer who saw the Conservatives cut police numbers so much they could no longer respond to burglaries, or a teacher struggling with class sizes and SEND referrals, or a nurse understaffed on a ward in a busy NHS hospital this weekend. Imagine those workers hearing today this government have the audacity to talk about minimum guaranteed levels of services. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we haven't had a minimum level of service from this government for 13 long years. And after those 13 years of Conservative government, there is not a single public service working better today than when the Conservatives came to power. But even worse than that is what has happened to growth and productivity and wages in that time. Let's remember, we're not expected to see UK wages return to 2008 levels until 2027. That's why times are so hard. That's why we're seeing so many people take strike action. And that's despite the fact that in the UK, it's actually quite hard to go on strike. We do not have a legal framework that allows industrial action to happen lightly. And even then, many of the strikes we've seen recently could have been avoided. Nurses have never been forced to strike in this country until now. And the offer to hold strike action before Christmas was made. All that was needed was negotiation, for the government to listen, to negotiate, to work through the problems, to compromise, to lead. But that isn't how this government operates. Instead, we've got this bill. Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as we've heard from so many of my honourable friends today, these proposals are unnecessary, they are unethical, and they're unworkable. And in the brief time I have, I'll address each of these points in turn. Firstly, this legislation is unnecessary, and it will likely make industrial disputes worse. Minimum service levels are not a recipe for industrial stability. And what I find so abhorrent about this bill is the assumption it makes about working people. And we've heard it so many times today, the assumption that striking workers don't care about the people who rely on their services or the patients they're nursing back to health. That is completely wrong. And as every one of my honourable friends has said, in essential sectors we already see minimum service agreements voluntarily negotiated. We've seen viral videos of workers leaving picket lines to implement those voluntary agreements. And when national agreements are not made, such as with the ambulance service, it's because they're done on a local basis, reflecting local circumstances. But what this legislation does is undermine the goodwill and the good faith that are essential to making minimum service levels work. And we've also heard a repeated claim that this legislation simply brings us into line with other European countries. Remarkably, it seems the Conservatives have finally found an area where they see the advantages of common European alignment. But first of all, those countries combine these laws with much stronger employment rights, including collective bargaining, and for these measures are part of that package. Over 95% of employees in France are covered by collective bargaining agreements. But secondly, it's still a poor argument, because as my honourable friend Felucia Deptford said, France has lost almost 6 times as many strike days to the UK in recent times. In Spain, that is more than double. And in Spain, minimum service levels have actually led to protracted legal battles, further prolonging disputes, not solving them. The evidence is compelling, if you look for it, that this approach is flawed. Secondly, these measures are unethical. The scope of this bill is huge, affecting as many as 6 million workers. Now, whether you agree or disagree with the merits of any one particular strike action, the right to strike is a fundamental right that every one of us has, except for the specific circumstances of occupations such as the armed forces. Now, so many Conservative speeches today have said they support this right as long as the strike has no impact. That is meaningless. Conservatives used to worry about the power of the state over the individual, but we haven't heard much of that today. And crucially, the Conservative Party has no mandate for this, because the manifesto commitment only mentioned the transport sector, something that will likely be a significant issue in the House of Lords. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, these plans are unworkable. They will start a torrent of legal claims and counterclaims as people understandably resent the direction the government have taken and they seek to challenge it. And they will prolong disputes by preventing workers making the point that industrial action is designed to make. The Business Secretary said something revealing in his opening statement when he said he hoped he would never have to use these powers. In other words, this is all for show. It's a weak attempt for the government to try and say it's doing something when it's not doing anything to address the underlying causes. But for all of those members of Parliament who vote for this tonight, well, they must be praying that this legislation is indeed never activated. Because if they ever do use it, the net result will be teachers and doctors and nurses and firefighters and more turning up at Conservative MPs' surgeries or standing outside their offices asking their MPs if they really do want to sack them. Has the Conservative Party really thought this through? Is that how we'll improve public services and address the recruitment problems we're all aware of? The truth is, the Conservative Party has gone from clapping workers to sacking workers in just 3 short Prime Ministers. Mr Deputy Speaker, it feels like this proposed legislation are the last gasps of a government that it's at the end of its tenure. This is not a serious proposal to resolve the industrial action that the UK is experiencing. I repeat, it is a sideshow, it won't work, and actually, it's likely to make things even worse. But most of all, it completely fails to recognise what every good business knows, which is the biggest asset any organisation has are its people. And when those people are driven to extremes, when they are going on strike in record numbers, you simply have to listen to them. Look at the turnouts in the ballots. Look at the strength of the votes that have taken place. And we do understand that. There were no nurses' strikes under the last Labour government. There are no rail strikes in Wales under the Welsh Labour government. Our plans will address the workforce problems in the NHS with revenue from ending the non-dom rule. And our plans for energy security and industrial strategy and making Brexit work will get the economy growing again. And we'll put good jobs and good work at the heart of those plans. The simple truth is this. This government can't end these strikes because 13 years of Conservative government is the cause of these strikes. And the sooner they get out of the way for the people who can build the fairer, stronger, more prosperous and more secure country that Britain could be, the better it will be for everyone.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank honourable members on both sides of the House who have contributed to the debate this evening. The clear objective of this legislation is to protect the lives and livelihoods of the public by enabling minimum service levels to be applied to our vital public services during strikes. It does not ban the right to strike. It finds the right balance, highlighted by my honourable friends, the member for Gloucester, South West Hertfordshire, who also referenced, very importantly, the needs of business, the member for Rushcliffe, Guildford, South End West and Meriden. And turning to some of the other points raised today, like others on both sides of the House, can I pay tribute and express our gratitude to our key public sector workers. A point raised by my honourable friends, the members for Sleaford, North Hykeham and Runnymede and Weybridge, who have vast experience working in that public sector. Can I also say from my own personal experience, my mother worked in the public sector all her life. It was a life work to rehabilitate offenders, and I'm very aware of the contribution that public sector workers make to our society. Now, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition seeks to blame this government alone for the challenging times we face, but she seems to conveniently forget that we are still not free from the after-effects of COVID-19 pandemic and Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. I was very interested in her point, a point she raised in her speech, that she said, we would have resolved this dispute long ago. At what figure? At what figure? Would it have been 11% across the public sector? 11%? Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, that would have cost the taxpayers of this country £28 billion. £28 billion. £1,000 per household per annum. Maybe the Leader of the Opposition will reflect on that, now that he's here, obviously having a call from his union paymasters. Members ask why the government is focusing on legislating and not resolving the disputes. The government recognises the pressure the cost of living is having on people, and that is why we have committed to halving inflation, growing the economy, and why we have provided £26 billion to support individuals and businesses. And we are investing billions more in schools, the NHS and social care, all of which supports workers. The Right Honourable Member for Whittam is right to highlight the devastating impacts of strikes on the economy. £6 billion, Mr Deputy Speaker, including £2.5 billion of lost income to the hospitality sector alone. That is why ministers across government have been meeting with unions to resolve these disputes where it is possible to do so. Happy to give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and while the Minister's talking about the cost of strike action, would the Minister agree about the cost and the damage that the previous Prime Minister and the previous Chancellor cost our country and all of the taxpayers and the workers that we on this side are supporting today?
Well, I would highlight the downward pressure already been placed on inflation, the changes to the money markets in terms of the action taken by our Chancellor and Prime Minister, and the stability that's delivered through them, and their delivery of their future plan. Ministers across government, Ministers across government have been meeting with unions to resolve these disputes where it is possible to do so. It is obviously apparent that unions exist to represent union members. Apparently from today's debate, so does the Labour Party. £350,000 the shadow cabinet alone has received since 2019. It is important to reflect on those figures. 350,000. We need to have the confidence that when workers strike, people's lives and livelihoods are not put at risk. So we need to have the power to act. That is why this legislation is needed. The public expects us to act. it is no wonder that YouGov polling for The Times, published last week, found that 56% of voters support this legislation and only 31% are against it.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. He will know that under this bill it's possible for the government to designate individual workers to perform under a contract which they have voted when they voted to go on strike. Will he at least give this assurance that there will be no attempt by any Secretary of State to designate a union official to break a strike that they have encouraged their union members to be involved in?
Employment Act.
Well, I will deal with work notices later in my speech, but it's quite clear that it's up to employers to decide what workers are needed on certain days. And there is no discrimination between people who are union members or people who are not union members. That's very clear in the legislation. Mr Deputy Speaker, honourable members have questioned the sectors within the bill. The sectors in scope of this bill are justified as these sectors are where strike action causes disproportionate disruption to the general public. The government... Have to give way to my honourable friend.
Just on that point, Minister, and excellent summing up you're doing as always, could he reaffirm that the public opinion is with this side of the House rather than the opposition?
I think the polling is very clear, and we heard precious little of that, about what the public thought of this. We heard lots of the impact on public sector workers. The public themselves are with us on this legislation. The government has already announced its intentions to consult on the application of minimum service levels for rail, ambulance and fire service. I welcome members' questions and suggestions on how minimum service levels will operate in specific services, and note in particular the helpful contributions from the Right Honourable Member for Milton Keynes South and the Member for West Dorset. I look forward to the contribution of key stakeholders and experts during the consultation process. The government will also engage with devolved administrations during the consultation process. The government has been clear. However, we may choose not to use the regulation-making powers in this bill if adequate voluntary arrangements, where necessary, are already in place between employers in a relevant sector. This legislation also equips employers to manage instances where a worker takes strike action despite being named to work on a strike day. It is the discretion of employers as to what, if any, action is taken, and we hope that employers are fair and reasonable. The claim that this is a policy of this government to sack key workers is an unfair exaggeration. Yeah. Oh, already? Sorry. Okay. Thank you. The impact, can I just touch on the international examples? And the excellent speech by my honourable member, the member for Newbury. The concept of minimum levels is not new. They are used all over the world, in the USA, Australia, Canada, and a number of European countries like Spain and Italy. We all want to see an end to these strikes.
Point of order. Point of order. Could you do that again?
I move that the question. A question about between. I move that the question now be put. I've had enough.
I'm not. No. I'm not. No. We've still got another 2 and a bit minutes to run, so I'm using my discretion not to take that.
In response to questions regarding the consistency of this legislation with the UK's international obligations...
On a point of order, Mr Linden.
Let's move the House to sit in private.
I have to. I have to. Order. I have no discretion on this one. The question is that this House sit in private. As many other opinions say aye. Of the country now. No! And just to point out, there's 10 minutes for this division and 8 minutes for each subsequent division. Order! Order! The question is that this House sit in private. As many other opinions say, aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Marion Fellows and Peter Grant. Tell us for the noes, Mike Wood and Stuart Anderson.
It will cost the government £28 billion to settle the dispute with our public service workers. That the Institute of Fiscal Studies predicts that it will actually cost the public significantly lower, £14 billion to meet the public sector demands. Mr Deputy Speaker, is there a way that we can get the Minister to correct the record on the floor of the House, please?
I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for her point of order. The Chair is not responsible for the contents of any of the speeches of ministerial or backbench contributions, but it is well evidenced that if any member finds out that they have unwittingly misled the House, then they must correct the record at the earliest possible opportunity. Order.
The ayes to the right, 49. The noes to the left, 482.
The ayes to the right were 49, the noes to the left 482. So the noes have it, the noes have it. And look. The question is that the bill be now ready second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. No! Order, order. The question is that the bill be now ready second time. With that opinion, say aye. Aye. For the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Mike Wood and Stuart Anderson. Tellers for the noes, Colleen Fletcher and Liz Twist. Order.
The ayes to the right, 309. The noes to the left, 249.
Thank you. The ayes to the right were 309, the noes to the left 249. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. And look, we now come to the programme motion, which is to be moved formally. The question is, as on the order papers, may that opinion say aye? Aye. On the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye, or the contrary no. Tell us for the ayes Mike Wood, Stuart Anderson. Tell us for the noes Colleen Fletcher and Liz Twist. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 306. The noes to the left, 252.
Thank you. The ayes to the right were 306, the noes to the left 252. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. And look, we now move to the money resolution, which is to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers. Many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Order. Order. The question is, as on the order papers. Many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Stuart Anderson and Mike Wood. Tell us for the noes, Peter Grant and Marion Fellows. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 305. The noes to the left, 49.
The ayes to the right were 305. The noes to the left were 49. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to motion number 4 on climate change. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
Question is as on the order papers. May I say aye?
Aye.
Entry no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. With leave of the House, I'll take motion number 5, 6, 7 and 8 together. So we come now to motion number 5, relating to European Statutory Instruments Committee, number 6, relating to Procedure Committee, number 7, relating to Select Committee on Statutory Instruments, and number 8, relating to the Treasury Committee. Sir Bill Wiggin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much for taking them all together. I beg to move.
The question is as on the order papers. May that opinion say aye? Aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Mr Simon Clark.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House has considered improving cancer outcomes in the Tees Valley. And I would like to open my remarks tonight by paying tribute to the late Professor Stephen Bonner, whose obituary features in the Times today. Professor Bonner delivered marvellous service to the people of Teesside in his various roles, delivering critical care at James Cook University Hospital, including the major expansion in the number of our intensive care and high dependency beds, and also his astonishing success in making James Cook the best place for junior doctors and student nurses in intensive care to train in 2016. It's entirely fitting that in a debate about health services in the Tees Valley that we should recognise his enormous contribution to our lives locally, and so many of my constituents have reason to be grateful to him. Professor Bonner's obituary tragically relates that with their sons growing up, Bonner and his wife planned for a gradual retirement, but just as he was about to put the plan into action, he received a diagnosis of inoperable bowel cancer. Bonner had spent decades improving the system, but the bowel screening test that would have diagnosed the cancer early was cancelled due to the pandemic. And Mr Deputy Speaker, this brings me squarely back to the subject of this debate and the particular importance of cancer screening, because ultimately that is at the heart of making sure that we improve cancer care nationally as well as locally on Teesside. Now, a cancer diagnosis is news none of us ever want to receive, but the reality is that someone in the UK does every 90 seconds, and that 1 in 2 of us will be diagnosed with cancer at some point in our lives. Even those of us not directly affected will undoubtedly have family members and friends who are, and some of the most emotional conversations clearly that I have had with constituents have been about the struggles faced by loved ones supporting relatives in their final weeks. The scale of the challenge posed by cancer is particularly acute in the Tees Valley. The northeast of England has the highest age-standardised cancer rate of any English region for both men and women, and the incidence rate for female patients is 15% higher than in London, which is the region with the lowest incidence, and the difference for male patients who experience higher incidence rates overall is more than 8% higher than the best performing region. So the Tees Valley's industrial heritage is yielding, I'm afraid, a grim harvest, and there are particular challenges with regard to historic exposure to environmental carcinogens, resulting in higher rates in particular of lung cancer and myeloma. Now, whilst my home area is now at the forefront of much of what is good about the government's Levelling Up programme under the leadership of Ben Houchen, the legacy issues persist from our very challenging economic past, and indeed the deep deprivation which our area continues to suffer from. Smoking and obesity rates are higher than the national average, and this context at the very least contributes to Middlesbrough being ranked 140th out of the 150 local authorities for premature cancer deaths by Public Health England. Now, the good news is that thanks to research, many more people are either beating cancer or living much longer with cancer. So Macmillan estimate that in 2020, 3 million people across the United Kingdom are living with cancer. This is forecast to rise to some 5.3 million by 2040. Median cancer survival has improved hugely as a result of advances in diagnosis and treatment, but there is a lot further to go. And of course, we ought all to pay tribute at this point to the fantastic effort of those individuals and community groups who are touched by this horrible disease and have decided to make a positive difference from the challenge that they faced. I could refer here to Gisborough race jockey Bob Champion, who's done a huge amount through the Bob Champion Cancer Trust. He's raised some £12 million over the last 30 years. I'd like in particular to pay tribute on a smaller scale, but a more local one, to Claire Starsmore and the amazing East Cleveland Pink Ladies, who've raised £131,000 for Cancer Research UK over the last decade in memory of their much-loved friend Jackie Hampton. And the annual Pink Ball is one of the highlights of the East Cleveland social calendar. I'm very much looking forward to attending the 10th version this November. That's firmly in my diary. And it's the kind of event which, of course, makes the cancer fight very personal and very tangible. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the right honourable member for giving way, and I'm pleased that another Tees MP is so engaged in this particular subject. And I join him in paying tribute to Professor Bonner and for all the work that he did for people in my constituency as well as his own. Now, he's already recognised how important early diagnosis is for cancer and other diseases in tackling health inequalities, like in his constituency and in mine. So will he join me in congratulating North Tees and Hartlepool NHS Foundation Trust and Stockton Borough Council for their joint campaign over many years to secure the diagnostic centre for our new Luke Town Centre, which of course was confirmed by the Minister earlier today?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. He's absolutely right that this is something which crosses party boundaries and it crosses constituency boundaries. And the contribution of everyone who has fought to make sure that we deliver the best possible cancer care across Teesside is undoubtedly to be applauded. I look forward to hearing in her remarks from the Minister about what the government's pioneering work to deliver community diagnostic centres will bring to the Tees Valley. I was referring a moment ago to the Pink Ball, and I would like, on that note, to pay tribute to Councillor Craig Holmes from Skelton West in my constituency. He's also raised thousands of pounds for cancer charity through events including the annual Miners Fest, which is an extraordinary music festival in East Cleveland, Mr Deputy Speaker, to which you would always be welcome. These efforts are an incredible tribute, in this case to Craig's mum, Alison, who sadly lost her battle with cancer in 2013, and they bring huge enjoyment to thousands of local people. However, there is much more that we need to do to reduce the average of 460 people a day who die from cancer in the United Kingdom, and one of the strongest predictors of cancer outcomes is how early a diagnosis is made and treatment is started. It's estimated that every week earlier that treatment of cancer commences, the chance of 5-year survival increases by at least 1.5%. So this makes a material difference. I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to the honourable member and my neighbour for giving way. And can I share with him his tribute and warm words in respect to Professor Bonner? He is very much aware, as I am, of the superb world-class work that goes on at James Cook University Hospital at the oncology department. But we have 6 linear accelerators that have a lifespan of about 10 years. Half of them are now reaching their end of their natural life, and as they break down, they become less efficient. So would he share with me my plea to the Department of Health and to the Treasury to ensure that the James Cook University Hospital and the Trust have the necessary funding available to carry on with this life-saving, vital work for our constituents and across Teesside and beyond?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and I would absolutely echo what he says about the importance of making sure that our equipment is absolutely the best that it can be. I had the privilege of seeing the new equipment which the interventional radiology department has at James Cook just before Christmas, and that was incredibly impressive. It is that kind of investment, he's absolutely right, which is vital to making sure that we once treatment commences, that people can get the best possible care. I will.
This honourable gentleman has been staggeringly generous, and it is noted and appreciated. The technology is important. Where it is also important. So echoing the call for linear accelerators to be up to date, so radiotherapy treatment is as up to date as it possibly can be, that's incredibly important. But of course the National Radiotherapy Advisory Group says that nobody needing radiotherapy should have to travel more than 45 minutes to get it. Areas a little bit more rural than Middlesbrough may find lengthy journeys. There's nobody at all in Westmoreland who lives within 45 minutes of our nearest radiotherapy centre. So would you agree with me that having satellite units, so you can have linear accelerators placed away from the main centre, so for us it would be in Kendal, is one way of making sure people in more remote and rural communities get the treatment they need and their lives can be longer?
Well, I think the Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right in what he says, and obviously representing East Cleveland as I do have some insight into the challenges of distance in rural areas. And I do think that obviously bringing care to people to the greatest extent that can be done, commensurate with some of the challenges around that, but particularly things like screening, is absolutely vital. And that actually leads neatly to the point that's been raised by Mr Jonathan Ferguson, who's the consultant lung surgeon at James Cook University Hospital in Middlesbrough, and he's the clinical cancer lead for South East Hospitals. He has done much to bring to my attention the fantastic work that's already going on in the Tees Valley to increase early diagnoses, and I should say here that much of that work is clearly led by him. He's far too modest to say so, but Jonathan is an absolute linchpin of our local healthcare system, and he is a hugely impressive consultant. In light of the impact, clearly, of COVID, this progress is more vital than ever. Macmillan estimated that by March last year, there were at least 37,000 fewer cancer diagnoses made than expected as a result of the disruption resulting from the pandemic, and it is clearly vital that we address those. Over the last 12 months, Mr Ferguson has been the driving force for a new targeted lung health check programme across the Tees Valley, and this region-wide service is now up and running, identifying curable cancers which would otherwise have been undetected for longer through effective collaboration between local NHS teams and an independent sector diagnostic specialist. And this approach has identified a curable cancer every 2 days, which is fantastic, through scanners operating 12 hours a day, 7 days a week from mobile units. And this goes to the point raised by the Honourable Member for Westmoreland and Lonsdale. Mobile units in supermarket car parks, with the facility operating at a 97% occupancy rate, which is wonderful. The facility's staff and appointments are managed by the independent partner, with target patients identified through NHS records and an initial telephone questionnaire. And this allows our brilliant local NHS teams to focus on treating patients and tackling the backlogs, which we know will allow them to deliver great results. The superb clinicians at James Cook have an excellent track record of innovating to improve patient care, with recent initiatives including the Macmillan-supported thoracic surgery community nursing programme, which won the Nursing Times Award for the best surgical nursing team, which has reduced both the lengths of hospital stays and readmission rates for patients following thoracic surgery, many of whom are, of course, lung cancer patients. It's therefore incredibly exciting that we are hearing about these proposals for a new Tees Valley diagnostic hub in Stockton, and I think the Minister will talk more about this in her remarks, which was not originally expected to welcome patients until 2025. It's been fast-tracked, with the facility now expected much sooner than that, and I look forward to hearing more about that from the Minister. I know that Mr Ferguson passionately believes that opening the hub this year will, and I quote him, save more lives on Teesside than I had throughout my entire surgical career. So this is something we ought all to welcome warmly in terms of the practical difference on the ground. And I know it is the mission of this government to make sure that we address health disparities. There is nowhere, probably in the whole of England, where a greater difference can be made than on Teesside. And I know I'm joined here by my honourable friends from Stockton South, from Redcar, from Sedgefield. We are all very grateful for the fact the government has taken this action. I would make the case as well that when we're looking at our future options, the more we can do with the private sector as well to increase our capacity. Mr Ferguson, through what he's been doing with his supermarket car park screening, has shown that the value of these partnerships in unlocking extra capacity. I'd certainly urge government to look at all options to make sure that we can get the maximum number of people through the system receiving the care they need through all parts of our healthcare system. And coupled with last week's exciting announcement regarding the cancer vaccines trial partnership between DHSC and BioNTech, which could allow eligible patients in England early access to revolutionary personalised mRNA therapies through trials as soon as this autumn, I think the government is taking significant steps to give cancer patients improved chances of survival and giving families and friends more precious time together. I know colleagues across the House will join me in welcoming these efforts. This is something which makes an enormous difference to our constituents. It's a very practical and tangible debate, a very important one. As I say, it's something that touches almost every family at some point in their lives. And I'd be really grateful if the Minister could set out what precisely the government is doing to make sure that cancer outcomes across Teesside continue to improve in the way that we're all encouraged we're seeing to date.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I begin by thanking my right honourable friend for securing this debate. And I know that he has been working hard to make sure that his constituents in Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland get faster diagnosis and better treatment for cancer. And working together clearly with the efforts of his constituents, some of whom he mentioned both on the clinical side, who have clearly been doing tremendous work leading efforts to diagnose and care for people in his area, and also the fundraising. And I heard him mention the pink ball, which he'll be attending, which sounds tremendous, and also the Minds Fest. So you know, many congratulations to all those involved, and commend them for the work that they have been doing. As he also said, you know, many people are affected by cancer, whether having a diagnosis themselves or somebody that they are close to. And many people have therefore lived through that difficult experience of waiting to hear whether they are going to get diagnosed with cancer or hear that they've got the all clear after they've been referred for testing. And for patients with cancer, it is quite simple that faster diagnosis saves lives. That's why this government is helping the NHS recover and transform health services in the aftermath of the pandemic, with a particular focus on the earlier diagnosis of cancer. Now, this evening I will talk a little about what we are doing nationally, but I'm actually going to focus on my right honourable friend's constituency of Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland. Now, one thing that he mentioned was the high prevalence of cancer in his constituency in the wider Tees Valley. And to give us a sense of that scale of that, in 2020 there were just under 4,000 cancer diagnoses in the Tees Valley. So that's a sense of the number of people who could benefit from faster diagnosis, which we know can improve outcomes. Of course, we know that there is more that we can and should do to prevent people nationally and specifically in the Tees Valley from developing cancer in the first place. For instance, policies that help people maintain a healthy weight and lifestyle and stop smoking, and promoting the uptake of the HPV vaccine, particularly in groups where coverage is lower. Equally, yeah, I'm very happy to give way to
for the Minister giving way, and she mentioned my magic word smoking there, and I wonder whether she could give us some sort of indication of when we're likely to see the tobacco control plan come forward from government, because she recognises, as I do, that it's inner city communities, the most deprived communities, where the incidence of smoking is higher and lung cancer higher as a result as well. So I'd be interested to know what plans she has to bring it forward.
Well, he's absolutely right to pick up on what I said about the importance of supporting people to stop smoking. But for the sake of this evening and the time of this adjournment debate, I'm in fact going to focus on responding to the speech of my right honourable friend, particularly looking at cancer diagnostic services. So equally, what I was just saying, that we want to level up diagnostic services for cancer around the country so that people with symptoms of potential cancer can receive an accurate diagnosis and begin treatment as quickly as possible. That's part of our ambition to reduce health disparities in more deprived areas, such as some of the areas in my right honourable friend's constituency, and to improve earlier stage cancer diagnosis rates for all. Now, a key part of improving early diagnosis is ensuring people come forward when they suspect that they have cancer. Now, sadly, but understandably, during the pandemic, we saw the number of urgent referrals for cancer fall. But it's actually positive that in the North East and North Cumbria ICB, now over 13,000 patients had their first consultation appointment following an urgent GP referral in November of last year. That's an 18% increase from November 2020 during the pandemic, and indeed nearly a 20% increase on the figures for November 2019 prior to the pandemic, indicating that we are seeing in the Tees Valley, as we are seeing across the country, people coming forwards to being diagnosed or indeed discovered that they have the all clear from cancer, which is the case for most people. Now, in a moment, I'm going to come to talk about our innovative new community diagnostic centre programme. But first, I just want to highlight some of the other things that we're doing to improve the early diagnosis of cancer. One important innovation is introducing the serious non-specific cancer pathway, which Tees Valley has successfully implemented. This means that GPs can refer patients into the service when there are possible symptoms of potential cancer, or someone has a kind of gut feeling that something is not right, and that's especially important for patients who don't fit specific pathway referral criteria, but their symptoms are more generic. In addition to this, Tees Valley has initiated a programme of targeted lung health checks aimed at people aged between 55 and 74, and this is indeed something that my right honourable friend referred to, and the impact that that is having. And it's anticipated that this programme will result in around 530 diagnoses of lung cancer over the next 4 years. And in deprived areas of Middlesbrough, Hartlepool and Darlington, clinicians are taking part in a trial to address the benefit of the new GRAIL test that looks for potential signs of cancer in a sample of blood. This is hugely exciting because it can identify cancer where no symptoms are even present, allowing for earlier diagnosis. But the waiting list for diagnostic tests in England currently stands at over 1.59 million patients, with around 26% of these patients waiting more than 6 weeks. And in the North East and Yorkshire region, the waiting list for diagnostic tests is over 200,000 patients, with just over 20% of these waiting more than 6 weeks. These are figures which we very much want to improve because, as I said earlier, earlier diagnosis can mean better outcomes. And we want to get to the point where 95% of patients needing a diagnostic test will receive it within 6 weeks by March 2025. And equally, early stage cancer diagnosis is a key ambition of the NHS long-term plan, which aims to ensure that 75% of cancers are identified at stage 1 or 2. I am indeed happy to give way to the Honourable.
Grateful. And what she says about the waiting time for diagnostics is very right and very, very troubling. What's even more troubling is if you've had a diagnosis of cancer, we're now seeing in my part of Cumbria, 43% of people are waiting more than 2 months for their first treatment. In North Cumbria and Northumberland, it's 62%. Will she say something about what she's going to do to speed up treatment for those people who have had a diagnosis of cancer?
Well, yes, of course, and how with more people coming through for referral for cancer diagnosis, increase early rates of diagnosis, that feeds through in us needing to increase the rates of treatment. And the NHS is treating more people for cancer, but of course this is taking time because of the increased levels of referrals. So we are working very hard to do that. But I want to just return to talking particularly about cancer diagnosis and the work we're doing to do that earlier, and coming specifically to community diagnostic centres, which are being rolled out across the country, supported by 2.3 billion of capital investment. Now, local health systems can bid for a share of this funding when they make the case for community need and clinical value. And I'm delighted to say that 89 community diagnostic centres are currently operational across the country. Hardworking NHS staff has so far delivered more than 2.7 million additional checks at these centres. And specifically for the Tees Valley, I know my right honourable friend has been working with his local NHS to support their proposal for a new community diagnostic centre in Stockton-on-Tees. And I can update my right honourable friend on the good news that this new site has been approved with a planned opening date of December 2023. So December this year. Yes, I will indeed.
Can I thank the government for this fantastic investment in my part of the town that will save lives, but also importantly, can I thank the government for challenging us locally on delivering it more quickly so that we can save more lives more quickly and make a bigger difference to the community. Thank you very much. We're going to do our best with what we can do.
Well, it's very good to be here and be able to talk about good news. And as he says, not only is this area getting the community diagnostic centre, but getting it quicker. And the time frame for doing that has been brought forward. So that is a tremendous. I look forward to this area achieving that later this year. But great that we've been able to announce this date when it will open. So the new Castlegate site for the Tees Valley Community Diagnostic Centre is planned for construction on the Castlegate Shopping Centre site as part of the local regeneration project. I'm sure my own friend and right friend know. And those excellent transport links mean that it will be accessible to the whole community, which is really important to get people to come forward for tests and for screening. To make these places accessible. This will be the latest addition to the 14 existing community diagnostic centres in the North East and Yorkshire region and the 4 hub and spoke sites in the Tees Valley area, which have so far delivered over 250,000 tests. Now, I want to respond to some of the other comments from my right-hand friend. So, my right-hand friend has also raised the important role that the independent sector has to play in meeting the needs of patients. Last month, my right-hand friend, the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care launched the Elective Recovery Task Force, bringing together academics and healthcare experts to advise the government on how best to unlock capacity in the independent sector to reduce waiting times. And the independent sector is also helping us directly tackle the diagnostic backlog, providing additional capacity in underserved communities and forming productive partnerships with the NHS to run community diagnostic centres. Now, I just actually want to pick up, as I have a little more time, on the point about effective treatment, which one of my friend, honourable member opposite, raised. And I'm pleased to say, actually, on this, that the NHS has treated a record number of people for cancer in the last year, with over 321,000 people receiving their first cancer treatment from December 2021 to November 2022, which is up by more than 10,000 or 3% on the same period pre-pandemic. And for the North East and North Cumbria ICB, 1,690 patients started their first treatment for cancer in November 2022, a number which has now recovered following the pandemic, given that the equivalent figure from November 2019 is 1,652. And the NHS continues to offer cutting-edge treatment. A week or so ago, my right honourable friend, Secretary of State, signed a memorandum of understanding with BioNTech to bring innovative vaccine research to England with the potential to transform outcomes for early and late-stage cancer patients. So, in conclusion, I want to thank my right honourable friend again for raising this important issue, for his continued commitment to improving cancer care in the North East and Tees Valley region. I will encourage him to continue his excellent work with his local NHS system. I look forward to continuing to work with him and the NHS as we meet the challenge of reducing diagnostic waiting times and improving cancer outcomes.
Thank you very much. The question is that this House do now adjourn. And that means say aye. No, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.
Academy and Fetis School by an individual referred to as Edgar. I have a number of constituents who have complaints against Edgar. This man has admitted to inappropriate behaviour and is currently fighting extradition from South Africa, where he has been publicly named. There is precedence in England where another alleged abuser living in South Africa, whose extradition has been sought, has been publicly named. We now know that there are dozens of boys who have come forward to the police with allegations against this man referred to as Edgar. It is important that others who were abused by this man can come forward. It is right that his crimes against children are named, and it is also right that he is now named. It is for this reason, Mr Speaker, that it is in the public interest that the real name of Edgar, that is Ian Wares, is now publicly known.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman. Child sexual abuse is an abhorrent crime, and the government is sympathetic to the victims and survivors of such abuse. As set out in November in response to the final report of the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse, it is important that due process is followed, allowing investigatory and legal processes to take place in order to maximise